The road narrowed, the snow deepened, and the war suddenly demanded a stand. In the frozen countryside north of Bastogne, Noville was not a destination anyone planned to defend. It was a small village, a junction of roads bordered by open fields and rolling ground that offered little natural protection. Under normal circumstances, it would have been passed through without a second thought. But in December of 1944, circumstances no longer mattered. Momentum did. And at Noville, momentum had to be stopped. The German offensive had already torn through the Ardennes with alarming speed. Armored columns surged westward, exploiting fog, surprise, and thin defenses. Its Bastogne loomed as a prize, a vital road hub whose capture could keep the offensive alive. To reach it, German forces needed the routes running through Noville. By holding that village even briefly could disrupt the timetable everything depended on. That task fell to the 101st Airborne. They arrived exhausted, understrength, and rushed forward with only fragments of the larger picture. These were paratroopers trained for sudden insertion and improvisation, now fighting as infantry in deep winter, facing armor without the benefit of heavy support. Orders were brief and unambiguous: move north, make contact, and delay the advance as long as possible. Noville became a battlefield almost immediately. American positions were established under pressure, with little time to prepare defenses. Snow-covered fields offered no concealment. German armor probed aggressively, testing the perimeter with infantry and tanks that dwarfed the defenders' firepower. The sound of engines carried across the frozen ground, a constant reminder that this was not a skirmish. It was the edge of something much larger. The fighting was relentless. Attacks came in waves, supported by armor pushing directly into American positions. Paratroopers fought from shallow foxholes and hastily chosen strongpoints, using terrain, discipline, and coordination to compensate for what they lacked in numbers and weapons. Anti-tank guns were repositioned under fire, ammunition ran low, casualties mounted, and still, Noville held. The 101st did not fight to win the village permanently. They fought to consume time. Every hour the Germans spent at Noville was an hour not spent tightening the ring around Bastogne. Every delayed column disrupted the offensive's rhythm. The battle became less about ground and more about resistance, about denying the enemy the speed this campaign required to succeed. Eventually, withdrawal became unavoidable. With pressure increasing and the risk of encirclement growing, the paratroopers pulled back toward Bastogne, having accomplished what they were sent to do. Noville was abandoned, but not lost in purpose. The delay imposed there rippled outward, contributing to the strain already building within the German advance. The stand at Noville rarely dominates the broader narrative of the Battle of the Bulge. There was no dramatic breakout, no decisive counterattack, no symbolic victory. What there was instead was discipline under impossible odds, leadership exercised at the smallest levels, and men holding long enough for something larger to survive. The 101st Airborne at Noville demonstrated how wars are often shaped not by where armies triumph, but by where they refuse to yield quickly. This was not a battle meant to be remembered for its size. It mattered because it slowed the war at the moment speed mattered most. This is the story of the 101st Airborne at Noville, a stand made in snow and steel, where holding briefly changed what came next. Before you move on, pause and take in your surroundings. Notice where you are right now, the room, the light, the quiet or movement around you. Notice what part of the day has carried you here, whether it feels early, late, or suspended somewhere in between. Noville was held in hours that stretched under pressure. Let this story meet you exactly where you are. June 6th, 1944. Normandy, France, 2:30 a.m. The night sky over the Cotentin Peninsula tears open with the roar of hundreds of C-47 transport planes. Inside one of these cramped, vibrating metal tubes, a 22-year-old pathfinder from Ohio named Lieutenant Richard Wright checks his watch one final time before the jump light turns green. He is part of the 101st Airborne Division, America's most elite fighting force, dropping behind enemy lines 6 hours before the main invasion begins. The mission is simple on paper. Mark drop zones, set up radio beacons, guide the main force in. But Wright knows what headquarters doesn't want to admit. They are jumping into darkness with maps drawn from 3-year-old aerial photographs, landing in fields that might be flooded, forests that might be fortified, or villages that might be crawling with German patrols. When the light flashes green and Wright throws himself into the black void over France, he becomes part of a mythology that will define American airborne warfare for generations. He has no idea that 6 months from now, that same mythology will nearly get him and 10,000 others killed. The 101st Airborne earned its legendary status before most Americans even knew what a paratrooper was. Activated in August 1942 at Camp Claiborne, Louisiana, the division was built from scratch with a singular purpose: create a force that could arrive anywhere, anytime, and fight with nothing but what they carried on their backs. The men who volunteered for this madness were a particular breed. They endured training that washed out 60% of applicants. They jumped from aircraft in conditions that terrified experienced pilots. They accepted that their life expectancy in combat could be measured in hours, not days. By June 1944, the Screaming Eagles, named for their distinctive patch showing an eagle's head against a black shield, numbered just over 13,000 men, organized into 3 parachute infantry regiments and supporting units. But numbers don't capture what made them different. These were soldiers who believed they were invincible because their training told them they had to be. There was no backup plan for paratroopers. Once you jumped, you fought with what you had until you won or died trying. D-Day validated everything the 101st believed about itself. Despite catastrophic drops that scattered companies across 50 square miles, and despite soldiers landing in trees and drowning in flooded fields, despite whole platoons being wiped out before they fired a shot, the Screaming Eagles accomplished every major objective. They seized causeway exits off Utah Beach. They held the critical town of Sainte-Mère-Église against repeated German counterattacks. They fought for 40 days straight through the nightmare terrain of Norman hedgerows, where every field was a fortress and every sunken road a killing ground. By the time they were pulled off the line in mid-July, the division had suffered over 4,000 casualties, nearly a third of its strength, but had earned 3 division commendations and a reputation that preceded them like thunder. Generals spoke of them with a reverence usually reserved for veteran formations, not units barely 2 years old. The press called them heroes. Hollywood was already planning their story, and the men themselves, the survivors who had crawled through French mud and dragged wounded friends from burning buildings, began to believe their own legend. This belief would prove dangerous. August 1944 finds the division back in England, regrouping in camps around the town of Reading. Replacements arrive by the hundreds, fresh-faced kids from Kansas and Brooklyn and Oregon, most of whom have never heard a shot fired in anger. They join companies that are now skeletal versions of what dropped into Normandy. Easy Company of the 506th Regiment, immortalized decades later in a book and television series, musters barely 80 men after starting with 140. The new arrivals try to learn from the veterans. But there is a distance there, a wall built from experiences that cannot be taught. How do you explain what it feels like when German 88mm artillery shells walk toward your position? How do you teach someone to keep moving when the man next to you takes a sniper round through the throat? The veterans do their best, but they know the truth. You learn to be a combat soldier by surviving combat, and many of these kids won't survive their first contact. Still, the division rebuilds, training resumes, jumps are made, discipline is maintained. By September, the 101st is rated combat ready again, a designation that means they have enough bodies to fill the ranks and enough equipment to function, nothing more. September the 17th, 1944. Operation Market Garden. The ambitious, some would say reckless, plan to drop 3 airborne divisions deep into Holland, seize bridges across major rivers, and create a corridor for British armor to punch through into Germany's industrial heartland. The 101st gets the southern sector, tasked with capturing bridges and holding a 15-mile stretch of highway that will become known as Hell's Highway. For 9 days, the Screaming Eagles fight a grinding defensive battle against German forces that are supposed to be defeated, but somehow keep attacking with fresh troops and new equipment. The division holds, but the cost is brutal. Another 2,000 casualties. more faces that will never be replaced, more friends buried in foreign soil. When British tanks finally rumble past their positions, the paratroopers are hollow-eyed and exhausted, all old men in young bodies. They have now been in combat for 70 days out of the last 100. They need rest. They need reinforcements. They need time to absorb lessons and train replacements and become a division again instead of a collection of depleted companies held together by stubborn pride. They don't get it. On November 25th, the 101st is pulled back to Mourmelon, France, a dreary garrison town 50 miles southeast of Reims. This is supposed to be their recovery period, a chance to rebuild, refit, and prepare for whatever comes next. The men are promised hot food, clean uniforms, and maybe even a pass to Paris. Division headquarters operates on peacetime schedules. Officers attend staff meetings where the biggest concern is whether supply requisitions are properly filed. Enlisted men stand in formations for inspections and listen to lectures about military courtesy. The war feels distant, almost theoretical. Intelligence briefings mention German activity in the Ardennes forest, but it's described as defensive repositioning, nothing to worry about. After all, everyone knows Germany is finished. The Soviet juggernaut is crushing them from the east. American and British forces are massed on the western border. It's just a matter of time before the whole rotten structure collapses. Christmas 1944 will be spent in occupation duty, not combat. That's what headquarters believes. That's what commanders tell their men. That's what the mythology of the Screaming Eagles encourages everyone to believe. But mythology is a dangerous substitute for reality. As the 101st settles into Mourmelon's barracks, the division faces vulnerabilities that no amount of reputation can fix. Of the roughly 11,000 men now assigned to the unit, only 60% are combat veterans. The rest are replacements, many arriving in the last 2 months, some with as little as 2 weeks in the division. They wear the same uniform and patch as the D-Day veterans, but they haven't bled together, haven't learned the 1,000 small lessons that keep soldiers alive. Equipment shortages persist. The division is still short hundreds of winter uniforms, critical for fighting in what's shaping up to be one of the coldest European winters in decades. Ammunition stocks are adequate for training, but insufficient for sustained combat. The artillery battalions have enough shells for maybe 3 days of intensive fire support, not the weeks-long battles they fought in Holland. And perhaps most critically, the division's command structure is fractured. Major General Maxwell Taylor, the charismatic leader who commanded in Normandy and Holland, is in Washington for meetings with the War Department. In his absence, Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe serves as acting commander, competent and respected, but not the mythical figure that Taylor has become. December 15th, 1944. 500 miles east, in the dense forests of the Eifel region of Germany, something is gathering that will shatter the comfortable assumptions of Mourmelon. But in the barracks of the 101st, men write letters home describing the quiet life. They play cards and listen to armed forces radio. They attend church services and plan Christmas dinners. Some have already applied for occupation duty assignments in Berlin or Frankfurt, positions that will keep them away from combat for the rest of the war. The veterans know better than to believe the war is over, but even they allow themselves to imagine a future beyond the next battle. They talk about what they'll do when they get home, where they'll go to college on the GI Bill, what jobs they'll take, what girls they'll marry. These conversations are a form of survival, a way to stay human in an inhuman profession. But they also represent a kind of complacency, a belief that because they have survived Normandy and Holland, they will survive whatever comes next. They are the Screaming Eagles, America's elite, and they have earned the right to rest. December 16th, 1944, 5:30 a.m. The Ardennes offensive begins with an artillery barrage that sounds like the end of the world. 250,000 German soldiers, supported by 1,400 tanks and assault guns, smash into American lines held by 4 inexperienced divisions. Within hours, the front collapses. Entire regiments are surrounded and destroyed. Roads clog with refugees and retreating soldiers. Panic spreads through command posts that haven't seen serious combat in months. At Mourmelon, the first fragmentary reports arrive around 8 a.m. German breakthrough, Multiple divisions. Situation unclear. By 10 a.m., the reports are more specific and infinitely more alarming. Massive penetration. Enemy heading west. Critical road junctions threatened. At noon, the emergency order arrives. The 101st Airborne Division will deploy immediately to Belgium to contain the German advance. No time for full preparation. No time for proper briefing. No time to recall General Taylor from Washington. The Screaming Eagles have 2 hours to pack their equipment, load trucks, and move out to face an enemy offensive that intelligence didn't predict and commanders don't understand. They go anyway, because that's what elite soldiers do, because their reputation demands it, because the alternative is admitting that maybe they're not as invincible as everyone believes. As trucks carrying 11,000 men rumble out of Mourmelon toward Belgium, sergeants try to brief soldiers who don't have maps. Officers make plans based on intelligence that's already 12 hours out of date. Supply sergeants realize they're heading into winter combat without adequate cold weather gear. But the convoy doesn't stop. It drives through the night, through snow and freezing rain, toward a town called Bastogne that most of them have never heard of. They don't know that they're about to fight the most important defensive battle in American military history. They don't know that a small village 10 miles north of Bastogne, a place so insignificant it barely appears on maps, will become the hinge on which everything turns. They don't know that 600 of them will be sent to hold that village against impossible odds, or that their sacrifice will be forgotten even as the battle they saved becomes legend. They only know that the Screaming Eagles have been called to combat again, and so they go, wrapped in their mythology-like armor that cannot stop bullets, heading toward a tiny frozen crossroads called Noville, where reputation will meet reality, and only one will survive. November 10th, 1944. The Wolf's Lair, East Prussia. 9 p.m. Adolf Hitler spreads a map across the conference table in his bunker headquarters and traces his finger along a line through the Ardennes forest. The room is thick with cigarette smoke and tension. Around the table sit the surviving architects of Germany's war machine, Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, Colonel General Alfred Jodl, and a handful of staff officers who have learned to keep their objections quiet. Hitler's finger stops at a Belgian town called Antwerp, and he taps the map 3 times for emphasis. This, he announces, will be Germany's last great offensive. A surprise attack through the weakest point in Allied lines, a rapid thrust to the sea, splitting American and British forces, capturing the vital port that supplies their armies. One bold stroke to reverse the tide of the war. One final gamble to force the Allies to negotiate peace. One desperate throw of the dice by a regime that has already lost everything except its capacity for violence. The officers in the room know this plan is madness. They have seen Germany's industrial capacity collapse. Its army bled white, its cities turned to rubble. But they also know that objecting means death. So they nod and take notes and begin planning an offensive that will require a miracle that no longer exists. The strategic situation facing Germany in late 1944 is catastrophic by any rational measure. In the east, that Soviet forces have driven deep into Poland and stand on the borders of Germany itself, having destroyed 25 German divisions in Operation Bagration during the summer. In the west, American and British armies have liberated France and Belgium and are preparing to cross the Rhine into Germany's industrial heartland. The Luftwaffe, once the terror of European skies, has been reduced to a token force by relentless Allied bombing and crippling fuel shortages. German cities burn nightly under RAF and American air raids. The U-boat campaign in the Atlantic has been defeated. Italy has switched sides. Romania has switched sides. Finland has sued for peace. By every objective metric, Germany is finished. But Hitler doesn't deal in objective metrics anymore. He deals in willpower and destiny, and the belief that one decisive victory can transform everything. He has done it before. The conquest of France in 1940, the encirclement of Kiev in 1941, and he believes he can do it again. All he needs is surprise, speed, and enough fuel to reach Antwerp before the Allies can react. The plan that emerges from Hitler's bunker is operationally sophisticated, even if strategically delusional. Named Operation Unternehmen. Wacht am Rhein, Operation Watch on the Rhine, to disguise its offensive nature, the attack will concentrate 3 German armies on a 100-mile front in the Ardennes. This is the same region where Germany broke through in 1940, routing French defenses and conquering France in 6 weeks. Allied commanders remember that disaster and have calculated that modern defensive firepower makes such a breakthrough impossible. They are wrong. The Ardennes in winter 1944 is held by 4 American divisions spread impossibly thin. Some covering fronts of 25 miles, that doctrine says, should be defended by at least 10 divisions. The Americans treat the Ardennes as a quiet sector where green troops can gain experience and battered divisions can rest. Intelligence assessments describe German activity in the region as defensive preparation, nothing more. This complacency is exactly what Hitler's plan depends on. Surprise is half the battle. The other half is speed. The German forces assembling in secret behind the Siegfried Line represent the largest concentration of military power Nazi Germany will ever field again. The 6th Panzer Army, under SS, General Joseph Sepp Dietrich, holds the northern shoulder with over 200,000 men and 600 tanks. The 5th Panzer Army, under General Hasso von Manteuffel, takes the center with 140,000 men and 300 tanks. The 7th Army, under General Erich Brandenberger, anchors the south with 80,000 infantry, whose job is to protect the flank from American reinforcements. In total, nearly 500,000 men, 1,400 tanks and assault guns, and 1,500 artillery pieces are crammed into forward positions so close to American lines that soldiers can hear each other coughing across no man's land. The logistics of assembling this force without detection are staggering. Movement happens only at night. Vehicles have their exhaust muffled, and radios maintain strict silence. Troops are kept in the dark about the actual plan until hours before the attack. It works. Allied intelligence detects some activity, but dismisses it as routine. The greatest German offensive since 1941 will achieve total tactical surprise. But surprise without fuel is meaningless, and fuel is Germany's Achilles heel. The offensive plan assumes German forces will capture American fuel depots intact during the first days of the attack. Without this captured fuel, the panzers will run dry somewhere in Belgium, stranded and vulnerable to Allied counterattack. The entire strategic concept depends on speed. Reach the Meuse River in 3 days, Antwerp in 7, because every day the offensive stalls gives the Allies time to rush reinforcements and superior air power to the battlefield. Hitler's planners know this. Manteuffel in particular raises concerns about the fuel situation during planning meetings. But Hitler waves away objections. The offensive will create its own momentum. American units will collapse. Fuel depots will be captured. The Allies will panic and sue for peace before their industrial advantage can be brought to bear. It is magical thinking disguised as operational planning, but magical thinking backed by 1,400 tanks can still kill a lot of people. December the 16th, 1944, 5:30 a.m. The Ardennes erupts. German artillery pounds American positions along the entire front, firing shells at rates not seen since the opening days of Operation Barbarossa against the Soviet Union. The barrage lasts 90 minutes and tears apart headquarters, communication centers, and forward observation posts. American units, many composed of green troops who have never experienced combat, find themselves under assault from forces they didn't know existed. By mid-morning, German infantry have penetrated up to 5 miles in multiple sectors. By afternoon, Panzer spearheads are exploiting the gaps, racing west along roads that are supposed to be defended, but aren't. The American 106th Infantry Division, holding a particularly exposed position, begins to disintegrate as 2 of its regiments are surrounded and cut off. The 14th Cavalry Group makes a fighting retreat, but loses contact with higher command. The 28th Infantry Division's entire front collapses under the weight of Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army. For the Germans, the initial attack exceeds expectations. For the Americans, it's a catastrophe that grows worse by the hour. The northern spearhead of the German offensive is led by SS Lieutenant Colonel Joachim Peiper, commander of the 1st SS Panzer Regiment, a veteran of the Eastern Front where brutality is standard operating procedure. Pieper is tasked with driving deep into American rear areas, seizing bridges across the Meuse, and creating chaos that will prevent Allied reinforcements from reaching the breakthrough zone. He commands a battle group of roughly 4,000 men, including some of the best tanks Germany still possesses, Panther and King Tiger tanks that outgun anything the Americans can field. Pieper's column makes remarkable progress on the first day, advancing over 20 miles through a combination of speed, aggression, and sheer shock. American units scatter before him. Supply convoys are overrun. Fuel depots that should have been defended are captured intact. But on December 17th, near the Belgian town of Malmedy, Pieper's battle group commits an atrocity that will define the moral character of the offensive. Roughly 100 American prisoners of war, artillerymen and support troops who surrendered after being overrun, are marched into a field and machine-gunned. 86 men die in what becomes known as the Malmedy Massacre. Survivors escape and report the crime, spreading word through American units that the SS is executing prisoners. The massacre transforms the nature of the battle. American soldiers who might have surrendered when overwhelmed now fight to the death, knowing that capture could mean execution. German soldiers, particularly those in the SS, are marked as war criminals by American troops who take fewer prisoners in retaliation. The strategic effect is to harden American resistance at exactly the moment when German success depends on rapid collapse. But in the chaotic opening days of the offensive, this hardly matters. German columns continue pushing west. The 5th Panzer Army under Manteuffel makes the most progress, exploiting gaps in American lines and racing toward the critical objective that will determine the offensive success or failure, the town of Bastogne. This small Belgian market town sits at a junction where 7 major roads converge, making it the logistical hub for the entire southern Ardennes. The German plan calls for bypassing Bastogne initially, leaving it to follow-on forces while the Panzer spearheads drive for the Meuse. But as the offensive develops, it becomes clear that Bastogne cannot be bypassed. American forces are using those roads to rush reinforcements forward. As long as Bastogne remains in American hands, the German southern flank is exposed and vulnerable. By December 18th, Bastogne transitions from secondary objective to the key to the entire campaign. On the evening of December 17th, as German columns close in on Bastogne from multiple directions, American commanders finally grasp the scale of the crisis and begin shifting reserves. The closest available force is the 101st Airborne Division, resting and refitting at Mourmelon in France. At midnight on December 18th, the order goes out. Move to Bastogne immediately. Establish defensive perimeter. Hold at all costs. The Screaming Eagles load trucks in darkness and begin a 100-mile journey to Belgium, through roads clogged with refugees and retreating soldiers, racing to reach a town they have never seen to fight a battle nobody expected. They don't know that, by the time they arrive, German forces will already be probing the outskirts of Bastogne. They don't know that holding the town will require defending not just Bastogne itself, but a network of villages and crossroads radiating outward from the hub. They don't know that one of those villages, a frozen nowhere place called Noville, 10 miles to the north, will become the most strategically important piece of ground in the entire battle. They only know that the Germans are coming and someone has to stop them. So the Screaming Eagles roll north into the snow and fog, toward a town that will become their legend and a village that history will forget, while behind them, in the Ardennes, Hitler's last gamble gathers the terrible momentum that only desperation can provide. December the 17th, 1944. Bastogne, Belgium. 3 p.m. Colonel Robert Sink spreads a Belgian road map on the hood of a Jeep and stares at the network of thin black lines radiating from Bastogne, like spokes on a wheel. The map is a commercial tourist guide from 1939, the best they have. Sink commands the 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment, part of the 101st Airborne Division, and he has roughly 2 hours to establish defensive positions around a town he arrived in 90 minutes ago. Intelligence reports are fragmentary and contradictory. German forces approaching from the east, strength unknown. German columns spotted to the north, distance uncertain. Possible German breakthrough to the south, status unclear. The only thing Cinq knows for certain is that Bastogne sits at the intersection of 7 major roads, and whoever controls Bastogne controls movement across the entire southern Ardennes. His finger traces one road heading northeast from the town, the N15 highway. It runs perfectly straight for 10 miles before reaching a small village marked in print, so tiny he has to squint to read it. Noville. A staff officer leans over and points to another village 5 miles south. "We should defend there, sir. Closer to Bastogne. Better fields of fire." Cinq shakes his head and taps Noville. "Too close. We need depth. We need to hold them as far forward as possible." He doesn't say what they both know. Forward defense means whoever goes to Noville might not come back. Noville, in December 1944, is a village of perhaps 50 buildings clustered around a crossroads where the N15 highway intersects 2 farm roads. Population in peacetime, maybe 200 people, mostly farmers and shopkeepers. Strategic value, 0. Tourism potential, none. Historical significance. It appears in exactly 0 history books before December 1944. The village sits on a slight rise, barely 40 feet higher than the surrounding farmland, hardly qualifying as a hill. A few stone buildings, a church with a modest steeple, barn structures, and the scattered detritus of rural Belgian life. In summer, it would be pleasant in a forgettable way. In December, it is a frozen wasteland where wind screams across open fields and snowdrifts pile against walls. The surrounding terrain is textbook tank country. Open farmland with excellent sight lines, roads that can support heavy vehicles, minimal natural obstacles. For defending infantry, it's a nightmare. No forest to hide in, no rivers to use as barriers, no ridge lines for cover, just flat, exposed ground where any defender becomes a target the moment they move. If Cinq were designing a perfect killing ground for his own troops, he would struggle to do better than Noville. But geography is not strategy, and strategy makes Noville critical. The N15 highway is the most direct route from German positions in the north to Bastogne. If German armor wants to attack Bastogne from that direction, then they will use the N15 because it can support heavy traffic and provide straight-line access. Every other road is secondary, narrower, winding through villages, vulnerable to ambush. The N15 is the highway, and Noville sits astride it like a gatekeeper. More importantly, Noville sits exactly at the limit of effective artillery support from Bastogne. American artillery doctrine in 1944 emphasizes centralized fire control, batteries positioned to support multiple sectors simultaneously. From Bastogne, American 105mm howitzers can reach targets up to 7 miles away. Noville is at mile 10, which means defenders there operate at the absolute edge of artillery range. They can call for fire support, but it will arrive slower and less accurately than at closer positions. This makes Noville the strategic perimeter, the outer shell of Bastogne's defensive cocoon. If Noville falls, German forces can assemble for attack just outside American artillery range. If Noville holds, even for a day or two, German armor is forced to either assault prepared positions under artillery fire or bypass Noville entirely and accept exposure to American flanking attacks. On the afternoon of December 17th, Cinq doesn't have time for sophisticated strategic analysis. He has 2 infantry companies available for forward deployment, Company A and Company B of his 1st Battalion, total strength, approximately 170 men, slightly under strength due to soldiers on leave or detached duty. These are paratroopers, among the best trained infantry in the American Army, but they are not superhuman. And they carry M1 Garand rifles, Browning automatic rifles, a few bazookas, and their training. They do not carry anti-tank guns. They do not have air support. The weather is too poor for flying. They do not have reserves to call on if things go wrong. Cinq knows he is sending these men into an exposed position against an enemy force of unknown size and composition. He knows that if German armor shows up in strength, infantry alone cannot stop it. But he also knows that Bastogne's survival depends on creating defensive depth, and depth means putting someone forward, even if forward is synonymous with expendable. At 4:30 p.m., he issues the order. 1st Battalion will deploy to Noville, establish defensive perimeter, delay enemy advance. The mission isn't to hold forever. it's to buy time. The task force that departs Bastogne for Noville at 5 p.m. on December the 17th consists of Company A and Company B under the command of Major Robert Harwick, the battalion executive officer. Harwick is a combat veteran of Normandy, age 27, a competent officer who understands that delay enemy advance is military euphemism for hold until we're overrun, then retreat if you can. Attached to his infantry are 3 M4 Sherman tanks from the 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion, a welcome addition but hardly decisive. The Sherman is America's standard tank, reliable and numerous but outgunned by German armor. Its 75mm gun can kill a German Panzer Mark IV at reasonable range, but struggles against heavier German tanks like Panthers and Tigers. More critically, Sherman frontal armor is only 51mm thick, easily penetrated by German tank and anti-tank guns. American tankers call their Shermans Ronsons after the cigarette lighter because they ignite so easily when hit. Still, 3 tanks are better than no tanks, and the tank commanders are experienced men who know how to use terrain and surprise to offset technical disadvantages. The convoy also includes 2 artillery forward observers, whose job is to spot targets and call fire missions back to the gun batteries in Bastogne. These 2 men represent the task force's most potent weapon, the ability to summon artillery strikes that can devastate German formations at ranges where American infantry would be helpless. The drive from Bastogne to Noville takes nearly 3 hours, slowed by snow, darkness, and the need to stop repeatedly while scouts check for German ambushes. The column arrives at Noville around 8 p.m. to find the village deserted, except for a few Belgian civilians who report that German vehicles were spotted to the north earlier in the day, but have since disappeared. Harwick establishes a command post in the sturdiest stone building, a former school, and sends company commanders to survey defensive positions. The immediate tactical problem is obvious. Noville is too small to hide all 170 men, so most will dig foxholes in the fields radiating from the village center, in frozen ground, with inadequate tools, in darkness. By midnight, the task force has created a rough defensive perimeter, with positions covering the main roads into the village and observation posts pushed forward a few hundred yards. It's not a fortress, it's barely an obstacle, but it's something, and something is what Sink ordered them to create. The men settle into their foxholes and wait for dawn, blowing on their hands to keep circulation going, stamping their feet against the cold, wondering what tomorrow will bring. December 18th passes with sporadic contact. German reconnaissance patrols, motorcycles, and light vehicles appear from the north, observe the American positions, and withdraw under fire. No serious attack develops. The Americans use the time to improve their positions, scrounging sandbags from barns and piling frozen dirt into improvised parapets. By evening, the defensive perimeter is marginally stronger, but Harwick knows it won't matter if German armor arrives in force. He requests reinforcements from Bastogne and receives a platoon of engineers equipped with anti-tank mines, welcome but insufficient. He requests more artillery observers and gets 1, bringing the total to 3. He requests resupply of ammunition and receives a single truckload, enough for maybe 1 day of heavy fighting. The subtext of these half measures is clear. Bastogne is building its own defenses and has limited resources to spare for forward outposts. Noville is expected to make do with what it has. That night, Harwick briefs his officers on withdrawal routes in case evacuation becomes necessary. Nobody asks if they'll get the order to withdraw in time. They all know the answer. The strategic significance of Noville doesn't become apparent until German operational documents are captured after the war. The 2nd Panzer Division, a part of Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army, receives orders on December 18th to bypass Bastogne and drive west toward the Meuse River. But the divisional commander, Major General Heinrich von Luttwitz, recognizes that bypassing Bastogne leaves his southern flank exposed to American forces in the town. He orders his advance elements to probe American defenses and suppress any strong points that could threaten his main column. Noville appears on German situation maps as a possible American position, but intelligence estimates suggest it's lightly held, maybe a company at most. Von Luttwitz directs a regimental combat team to clear Noville as needed. a casual order that implies minimal resistance expected. The Germans don't yet understand that American paratroopers are at Noville, or that those paratroopers have artillery support, or that clearing Noville will cost 2 days and hundreds of casualties. They view it as a minor obstacle on the road to more important objectives. This miscalculation will haunt the German offensive's timetable. By the evening of December 18th, Harwick's situation is precarious. His task force holds a village that can't be defended against armor. German forces are confirmed to be closing from multiple directions. Resupply and reinforcement are uncertain. Withdrawal routes are already threatened by German reconnaissance elements. The rational decision is to pull back to a more defensible position closer to Bastogne. But rationality isn't the governing factor. The order from division headquarters is clear. Hold Noville. Delay German advance. Buy time. So Harwick and his 170 men prepare to do exactly that. And even though preparation consists mainly of checking weapons, stockpiling ammunition within easy reach, and making peace with the fact that tomorrow will be very bad. One soldier from Company A, Private First Class Albert Blythe, writes in his diary that night, "We're too far forward and everyone knows it, but we're paratroopers. Forward is where we go." It's a sentiment that would sound like bravado in a movie, but reads like resignation in the frozen darkness of a Belgian village where 600 young men are about to discover what happens when reputation collides with reality at 75 millimeters per second. December 18th, 1944, Noville, Belgium. 10 p.m. Private First Class. John Herring from Akron, Ohio sits in a frozen foxhole on the northern edge of Noville and writes a letter home by the light of a hooded flashlight. He is 19 years old. He has brown hair, green eyes, and a face that still looks more boy than man. Back home, his mother works at a rubber factory that's been converted to military production. His father drives a delivery truck for a bakery. His younger sister is in 11th grade and writes him letters describing high school dances and movies at the local theater. Herring joined the paratroopers in March 1944, drawn by the extra $50 a month in jump pay and the vague notion that being a paratrooper sounded more exciting than being regular infantry. He completed jump training at Fort Benning, Georgia in August, got 2 weeks leave to visit home, and then shipped to England in September as a replacement for Casualties the 101st took in Normandy. He has been in the division for 3 months. He has been in combat for exactly 0 days. Tonight's letter is cheerful and vague. Heading out on some assignment, nothing too serious. Will write more when I can. Don't worry about me, Mom. I'm with the best soldiers in the Army. He seals the envelope and tucks it in his jacket, intending to mail it when they return to Bastogne. The letter will be found on his body 4 days later, blood-stained but legible, and delivered to Akron in February 1945, alongside the telegram informing his mother that her son was killed in action. The 600 men of Task Force Harwick represent a cross-section of American youth distributed across the usual spectrums of age, geography, and experience. The average age is 21. The youngest soldier is 18-year-old Private Ronald Spears, a rifleman from Arkansas who lied about his age to enlist. The oldest is 34-year-old Sergeant First Class James Dale, a career soldier who enlisted in the peacetime army in 1937 and has seen combat in Sicily, Italy, and Normandy. About 40% are combat veterans like Dale, men who jumped into Normandy or fought in Holland and possess the hard-earned knowledge of how to stay alive under fire. The remaining 60% are replacements who joined the division after the summer campaigns, eager to prove themselves and terrified of failing in front of the veterans. They come from every state in the Union. Pennsylvania contributes 18 men. Texas sends 14. California provides 11. Even Wyoming, with its tiny population, supplies 2 paratroopers. They are farm boys and city kids, high school dropouts and college students, sons of immigrants and descendants of Revolutionary War veterans. The one thing they share is the decision to volunteer for the paratroopers, which requires a kind of courage or recklessness that sets them apart from the millions of other American soldiers who served in conventional infantry. Education levels in the task force skew higher than the general Army population. 35% of the men completed only high school, but 65% attended at least some college or technical training before enlisting. This reflects the paratrooper selection process, which screens for intelligence and problem-solving ability as much as physical fitness. These are not simply strong young men willing to jump out of planes. They are strong young men who can read maps, operate radios, perform field maintenance on complex weapons, and make tactical decisions when officers are killed or separated from their units. The Army's airborne training emphasizes individual initiative because paratroopers routinely fight in small, isolated groups where following orders is impossible because there are no officers close enough to give orders. At Noville, this training will prove critical. When the defensive perimeter begins to collapse under German assault, small groups of paratroopers will hold improvised positions for hours without higher direction, simply because they understand the mission, delay German advance, and possess the competence to accomplish it without supervision. But competence doesn't prevent death. It just makes death more expensive for the enemy. Sergeant Harry Welsh embodies the combat veteran archetype that the replacements aspire to become. Age 26, from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, Welsh jumped into Normandy with Easy Company of the 506th Regiment and fought for 40 consecutive days in the Norman hedgerows. He earned a Bronze Star for destroying a German machine gun position that was pinning down his platoon during the assault on Carentan. In Holland, during Operation Market Garden, he led a patrol that captured 3 German officers and a map showing enemy defensive positions, intelligence that saved Easy Company from walking into an ambush. Now, as a platoon sergeant in Company A, Welsh commands roughly 40 men, over half of them replacements who have never experienced combat. He understands his job is twofold: accomplish the mission and keep as many of his men alive as possible. These objectives are not always compatible. On the afternoon of December 18th, as his platoon digs foxholes in frozen ground north of Noville, Welsh moves from position to position, offering advice. Dig deeper, you'll thank me tomorrow. Clear your field of fire, cut down that fence. Check your ammo, make sure nothing's frozen. The replacements listen with an intensity that borders on worship. The veterans nod and keep working. Everyone understands that Welsh's experience might be the only thing standing between them and a German bullet. Private Albert Hasenzahl represents the opposite end of the experience spectrum. Age 20, from Brooklyn, New York, Hasenzahl joined the Army in July 1944 and completed basic training at Camp Toccoa, Georgia, in October. Jump school at Fort Benning in November. Arrived in Belgium as a replacement on December 1st, exactly 17 days ago. He has been issued a rifle, 300 rounds of ammunition, a steel helmet, winter clothing that doesn't quite fit, and approximately 4 hours of orientation about the 101st Airborne's combat history. He knows the Screaming Eagles are elite. He knows they jumped on D-Day. He knows they are famous. What he doesn't know is how to react when artillery shells start landing, how to distinguish between incoming and outgoing fire, how to stay calm when the man next to him is screaming for a medic, how to function on 2 hours of sleep and adrenaline. These are lessons that can only be learned through survival, and Hasenzahl's education begins in approximately 12 hours, when German artillery announces the morning with high explosive tutorials in terror. For now, he digs his foxhole and tries to remember everything the veterans told him, knowing that remembering is easy when you're safe and impossible when you're being shot at. The task force includes specialists whose technical skills are as important as infantry firepower. Radio operators maintain communication with battalion headquarters in Bastogne, though the radios are temperamental in cold weather and frequently lose signal. Forward artillery observers spot targets and calculate firing solutions, translating ground observations into the complex mathematics of indirect fire. Medics carry aid bags filled with morphine syrettes, bandages, and sulfa powder, preparing for casualties they know are coming, but hoping will be minimal. Engineers check demolitions equipment and anti-tank mines, ready to blow bridges or roads if retreat becomes necessary. Each specialist understands that their particular skill might be the difference between the task force surviving or being overrun, but specialization also creates vulnerability. If the radio operators are killed, communication fails. If the artillery observers become casualties, fire support degrades. If the medics are hit, Wounded men die from treatable injuries. The task force is a complex organism where each part supports the others, and severing any connection weakens the whole structure. German tactics will focus on identifying and destroying these key nodes, or knowing that breaking the support network is more effective than simply killing riflemen. On the evening of December 18th, morale in the task force is a mixture of confidence and apprehension. The veterans like Welsh radiate a calm professionalism that comes from having survived previous battles. They check their weapons methodically, arrange ammunition where they can reach it quickly, and settle into their positions with the weary competence of men who have done this before. The replacements like Hassanzal mask their fear with nervous energy. They talk too much, ask too many questions, recheck equipment that doesn't need rechecking. Some pray, some write letters, some sit silently and stare into the darkness. You're trying to imagine what combat will feel like, and failing because imagination cannot capture the sensory overload of incoming fire. A few make jokes, gallows humor about getting back to Bastogne in time for Christmas dinner, or wondering if German soldiers are as scared as they are. Captain Robert Granser, commanding Company A, walks the perimeter and tries to project confidence he doesn't entirely feel. He tells his men they're in a good position with excellent fields of fire. He tells them artillery support is ready if they need it. He tells them the Germans probably won't attack in strength anyway, just probing actions that they can easily repel. He doesn't tell them that the last intelligence report mentioned German's 2nd Panzer Division moving in their direction, or that a Panzer Division contains over 10,000 men and 150 tanks, or that the task force's 3 Shermans would last approximately 15 minutes against that kind of firepower. Some lies are necessary to maintain morale. The pre-battle atmosphere at Noville is thick with unspoken knowledge. The veterans know that forward positions like theirs are often sacrificed to buy time for main defensive lines. The replacements sense something is wrong, but lack the experience to articulate what. Officers and NCOs maintain discipline through routine. Weapons inspections, password distribution, watch schedules. The routine is comforting because it's familiar, a bulwark against the chaos everyone knows is coming. At 11 p.m., Major Harwick issues final orders, 50% alert through the night, meaning half the force sleeps while half stands watch. Rotation every 2 hours. No fires, no unnecessary movement. Absolute noise discipline. If German patrols are close enough to observe Noville, Harwick wants them to see what appears to be a lightly held position, not a company-strength defensive perimeter. It's a calculated deception, designed to buy surprise in the opening moments of combat. The men settle into their holes and try to sleep in temperatures dropping towards 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Some succeed through sheer exhaustion. Others lie awake, listening to distant artillery rumbling to the east, wondering if that sound is coming closer, wondering if they'll be brave when the test comes, wondering if this frozen village in Belgium is where their war ends before it really begins. December 19th will answer those questions. In the darkness before dawn, as frost forms on weapons and breath hangs visible in the frozen air, 600 American paratroopers wait in holes they've scraped into Belgian soil. Some are veterans who have already proven their courage. Some are replacements about to discover theirs. All of them wear the Screaming Eagle patch and carry the weight of the division's reputation. They don't know that reputation is about to be tested against German armor and artillery in a battle that military historians will largely ignore. They don't know that 42% of them will become casualties in the next 3 days. They don't know that the village they're defending is strategically vital, but so small it barely appears on maps. They only know that dawn is coming, and with it, the Germans. So they wait in their holes and check their weapons one more time, because checking weapons is something to do, and doing something is better than thinking about what comes next. The last quiet hours of December 18th slip away into history, carrying with them the final moments of innocence for 600 young men who volunteered to jump out of planes and are about to discover that jumping is the easy part. December 19th, 1944. Noville, Belgium. 7:55 a.m. Sergeant Harry Welsh crouches in a foxhole on the northern perimeter and watches 3 German motorcycles emerge from the morning fog, roughly 800 yards away. The machines move cautiously along the N15 highway, 2 riders per bike, one driving, one scanning with binoculars. Welsh signals his squad to hold fire, and letting the patrol close the distance. At 600 yards, he can distinguish individual features: field gray uniforms, helmets with the distinctive German profile, machine pistols slung across backs. The patrol stops at 400 yards. The observers dismount and study Noville through binoculars. Welsh knows exactly what they're seeing: a few buildings, some American soldiers visible, no obvious fortifications. What they're not seeing are the 160 other paratroopers hidden in holes and behind walls, or the 3 Sherman tanks positioned in defilade behind the village church, or the artillery observers with radios ready to call down fire from Bastogne. The German observers confer, make notes, then one rider pulls out a signal panel, a piece of cloth used to mark positions for headquarters. This is reconnaissance preparing for assault. Welsh gives the signal. His squad opens fire. The firefight lasts exactly 3 minutes and 12 seconds, timed by Welsh's watch. 8 M1 Garand rifles fire in a ragged volley that echoes across frozen fields. One German motorcyclist goes down immediately, hit multiple times, his machine spinning wildly before crashing into a ditch. The other riders scramble for their bikes, one managing to start his engine before a Browning automatic rifle, fired by Private Herring, his first shots in combat, stitches rounds across the motorcycle's fuel tank. The bike explodes in a ball of orange flame that sends the second German spinning through the air like a rag doll. The remaining 4 Germans abandon their vehicles and sprint back toward German lines. It's weaving and dodging as American rifles crack in pursuit. Welsh counts 2 more hits before the survivors disappear into the fog. Estimated German casualties: 3 killed, 1 wounded. American casualties: 0. Ammunition expended: roughly 40 rounds. The engagement is tactically insignificant but strategically vital. Those surviving Germans will report back that Noville is defended by at least a company with good fire discipline and strong positions. The German commanders planning the assault now have less information than they think they do, because Welsh's squad deliberately showed only part of their strength. 9:30 a.m. German artillery announces itself with the distinctive whistling sound that American soldiers will remember for the rest of their lives. And Welsh's men have perhaps 2 seconds between hearing the incoming rounds and the first shells detonating. They press themselves into the frozen earth of their foxholes as explosions tear through the air above them. This is not the surgical precision of American artillery. This is area bombardment designed to terrorize and suppress. German doctrine calls for overwhelming fire, followed by rapid assault, while defenders are still stunned. The barrage lasts 8 minutes. Welsh times it, and fires approximately 60 shells across Noville's perimeter. The math is brutal. 60 shells across a defensive position, 300 yards wide, means 1 shell every 5 yards. Saturation fire intended to destroy everything in the impact zone. 2 paratroopers in Company B are killed instantly when a shell scores a direct hit on their foxhole. Vaporizing both men and leaving only a crater. 4 others are wounded by shrapnel, screaming for medics who crawl through continuing fire to reach them. But the majority of defenders survive because they're dug in, and the frozen ground is too hard for shells to fully bury themselves before detonating. This means more above-ground blast effect and less deadly shrapnel cone. It's small mercy, but mercy nonetheless. 10:45 a.m. The artillery lifts and German infantry appears, advancing in company strength from the northeast. Welsh estimates 120 men, moving in loose formation with squad-level coordination, experienced troops who use terrain and suppressive fire. This is the moment the task force was created for. Captain Granzer, commanding Company A, coordinates the defense from his command post in the village center. He orders Welsh's platoon to hold fire until Germans close to 200 yards, maximizing the shock of the initial volley. At 150 yards, closer than doctrine recommends, but Granzer wants to be certain of the kill zone, he gives the order. The American perimeter erupts. Rifles, machine guns, and the 3 Sherman tanks fire simultaneously. The effect on the advancing Germans is catastrophic. The first rank simply ceases to exist, cut down by overlapping fire before most soldiers realize they're under attack. The second rank goes to ground, seeking cover that barely exists in open farmland. German squad leaders try to organize flanking movements, but are picked off by American sharpshooters. The assault breaks within 5 minutes. German survivors retreating in disorder, while leaving perhaps 30 bodies and twice that number of wounded on the field. The tactical pattern repeats through the afternoon. German reconnaissance probes, German artillery fires, German infantry assaults, American defenders repel attack. Each cycle teaches both sides lessons. The Germans learn that Noville is more heavily defended than initial estimates suggested. The Americans learn that German forces are building up for a major assault, and these probing attacks are just preparation. By 2 p.m., forward observers count approximately 500 German soldiers in assembly areas north and east of the village. By 3 p.m., that number increases to 800. By 4 p.m., observation posts report tanks, not light reconnaissance vehicles, but actual tanks with the distinctive diesel sound of German armor, moving into position just beyond effective American anti-tank range. The tactical situation is clarifying in exactly the way Major Harwick feared. This isn't a skirmish or a chance encounter. This is a deliberate German effort to eliminate an American obstacle, and they're committing the forces to do it properly. The artillery exchange that begins at 2:45 p.m. demonstrates the technological and doctrinal advantages that keep the Americans competitive despite being outnumbered. Captain Steve Chapuis commands the artillery battery supporting Task Force Harwick from positions 5 miles south of Noville. When forward observers radio fire missions, and Chapuis gunners calculate solutions and fire within 90 seconds. American artillery doctrine in World War II emphasizes speed and massed fires. Multiple batteries can concentrate on a single target, delivering devastating firepower that destroys entire German formations before they can scatter. Between 2:45 and 5 p.m., Chapuis' battery fires 347 rounds at targets identified by Noville's observers. Each round is a 105mm high explosive shell that creates a kill radius of 30 yards, meaning any German soldier within 30 yards of the impact point dies or is severely wounded. The math becomes a gruesome equation. 347 shells times 30-yard kill radius equals roughly 10,000 square yards of lethal fire. German forces attempting to concentrate for assault find themselves under constant artillery harassment that prevents massing and kills junior leaders trying to coordinate attacks. But German artillery responds, and German fire superiority grows as more batteries arrive to support the assault. By late afternoon, German shells are landing in Noville at rates exceeding anything the Americans can sustain. The reason is logistics. American artillery batteries firing from Bastogne are also supporting multiple other defensive sectors, meaning Noville gets a portion of available fire support, not all of it. German batteries dedicated to breaking Noville face no such constraints. They can fire continuously until ammunition runs low, and German doctrine is willing to expend shells at rates that make American logistics officers blanch. And the effect is cumulative. American casualties mount slowly through the afternoon. 1 man here from shrapnel, 2 there from a lucky German shell, 3 more when a building they are sheltering in takes a direct hit. By 5 p.m., the task force has suffered 14 killed and 28 wounded, 7% casualties from artillery alone. The infantry assaults that accompany this bombardment are almost incidental. German commanders are learning that frontally assaulting well-defended positions is costly. Better to shell the Americans into submission and mop up the survivors. 6:30 p.m. Darkness falls and the German attacks cease, not from American success, but from German tactical doctrine that emphasizes consolidation before night operations. Welsh's platoon, holding the northern perimeter, takes advantage of the lull to redistribute ammunition and check casualties. Private Herring, who killed his first German 12 hours ago, sits in his foxhole and tries to process the day. He has fired roughly 120 rounds. He believes he has killed at least 3 Germans, possibly more. It's difficult to confirm kills in the chaos of defensive fire. 2 men from his squad are wounded, evacuated to the aid station. 1 man he trained with in England is dead, killed by artillery during the late afternoon barrage. Herring discovers that combat is simultaneously more intense and more mundane than he imagined. The actual firefights are brief storms of violence where thought becomes impossible and action is pure reflex. The intervals between firefights are grinding tension, where every sound might be German infiltrators and every shadow could hide a sniper. His hands shake when he tries to light a cigarette. He forces himself to eat a ration, even though his stomach is clenched. He drinks water from his canteen and discovers it's half frozen. This is combat, terror and boredom alternating until you can't distinguish between them. Major Harwick assesses the day's fighting from his command post and reaches conclusions that are simultaneously encouraging and alarming. Encouraging. The task force held against every German assault, inflicting estimated casualties of 200 Germans killed and wounded versus 42 American casualties. The exchange ratio is excellent, nearly 5-1 in favor of the defenders. And German commanders now understand that Noville is not lightly held and cannot be casually brushed aside. Every hour the task force holds is an hour that German forces are not attacking Bastogne. Alarming. German forces are building up, not pulling back. The probing attacks will transition to major assaults tomorrow, probably supported by armor that American anti-tank defenses can't reliably stop. Ammunition consumption is higher than planned. At current rates, the task force has enough rifle ammunition for perhaps 2 more days of heavy fighting, machine gun ammunition for maybe 3 days, bazooka rockets for 6 shots total. Resupply from Bastogne is uncertain because the road is increasingly threatened by German patrols. Harwick requests reinforcement and is told none are available. Yes, he requests permission to withdraw to a more defensible position and is told to hold Noville until further orders. The message is clear. Task Force Harwick is expendable if their sacrifice buys time for Bastogne's defense. As December 19th ends, the soldiers at Noville settle into a routine that will define the next 48 hours. 50% alert. Half the force rests while half watches for German night attacks. Listening posts push forward 100 yards, report movements but no serious infiltration attempts. Medics work through the night, treating wounded, performing triage with inadequate supplies, knowing that the most seriously wounded need evacuation to hospitals in Bastogne, but evacuation is impossible until daylight and might not be possible then. It's supply sergeants inventory ammunition and discover what Harwick already knows. They don't have enough. Forward observers maintain radio contact with artillery batteries and pass target coordinates for pre-registered fires, locations where shells will land if German attacks come from predictable directions. It's all professional and competent and predicated on the assumption that tomorrow will be worse than today. Every soldier at Noville knows that assumption is correct. The question is not whether German armor will arrive tomorrow. The question is whether the 3 American Sherman tanks and handful of bazookas can do anything meaningful when it does. Sergeant Welsh, checking his platoon's positions one final time before trying to sleep, doesn't voice these concerns to his men. He tells them they fought well today and will fight well tomorrow. He tells them the Germans are the ones who should be worried, not them. He tells them to get some rest because they'll need it. And then he climbs into his own foxhole and lies awake in the darkness, listening to distant artillery and knowing that the deception that worked today won't work tomorrow. Because tomorrow the Germans will bring tanks, and deception doesn't stop 75mm shells. December 19th, 1944. German 2nd Panzer Division headquarters. 8 p.m. Hauptsturmführer Karl Plage studies a situation map, illuminated by the weak light of a kerosene lamp, and tries to understand why a single American-held village is disrupting his division's timetable. Plage commands a company in the 39th Panzer Regiment, a part of the 2nd Panzer Division that has been driving west since December 16th, with orders to bypass Bastogne and reach the Meuse River before American reinforcements can establish a defensive line. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Exploit the breakthrough, ignore strong points, maintain momentum above all else. But momentum has a way of colliding with reality, and reality at this moment is a frozen Belgian village called Noville, where American paratroopers have killed over 200 German soldiers in the last 24 hours. Divisional headquarters initially dismissed Noville as a minor obstacle, maybe a company of Americans holding out until they could retreat. But the intelligence coming back from assault units tells a different story. Organized resistance, artillery support, aggressive patrolling. Though this is not a garrison waiting to surrender, this is a defensive position that will require serious combat power to eliminate. Plaga's regiment receives new orders at 8:15 p.m. Clear Noville with combined arms assault, armor supported by infantry. Commence at dawn, December 20th. The tanks are coming. The 2nd Panzer Division entering the battle for Noville is not the Wehrmacht formation that invaded Poland in September 1939 or stormed across France in May 1940. That division fought for 5 years across Poland, France, the Balkans, and 3 brutal years on the Eastern Front against the Soviet Union. The casualty lists are staggering. Original personnel killed, wounded, captured, or invalided home with injuries that end military careers. The division that moves on Noville in December 1944 is a rebuilt formation, reinforced with replacements drawn from throughout Germany, equipped with a mixture of new and refurbished tanks, led by officers who range from Eastern Front veterans with 3 years of armored warfare experience to recent promotions from training commands. What binds them together is institutional memory and tactical doctrine. They have forgotten more about mechanized warfare than American paratroopers will ever learn. They understand how to coordinate armor and infantry, how to use terrain to protect flanks, how to mass fires at the decisive point. They are professionals in a dying cause, fighting with competence if not enthusiasm, knowing that Germany is losing the war but unwilling to surrender their honor by fighting poorly. The armor moving into position around Noville represents both German technological sophistication and desperate improvisation. Plaga's company operates 10 Panzer Mark IV tanks, the workhorse of German armored forces since 1943. The Mark IV mounts a 75mm gun with sufficient velocity to penetrate American Sherman armor at ranges exceeding 1,000 yards. Its own frontal armor is 80mm thick, effectively immune to the Sherman's 75mm gun, except at point-blank range or with lucky shots to weak points. German tank doctrine emphasizes long-range engagement, where technical superiority translates to battlefield dominance. The American doctrine emphasizes numerical superiority and close-range maneuvering, where Sherman advantages in speed and reliability can offset armor deficiencies. At Noville, the terrain favors German doctrine: open fields, long sight lines, minimal cover. It's exactly the environment where Panzer Mark IVs excel and Shermans die. But tanks don't fight alone. They require infantry to suppress anti-tank weapons, engineers to clear obstacles, artillery to neutralize strong points. The combined arms coordination is what makes German armor dangerous, not simply the technical specifications of individual tanks. December 20th, 5:30 a.m. German forces begin final preparations for the assault on Noville. Plaga's tanks move from assembly areas into attack positions roughly 1,000 yards north of the American perimeter. The infantry from the 2nd Panzer Grenadier Regiment infiltrate closer, using darkness to reach positions within 300 yards of American foxholes. Artillery forward observers identify firing positions and prepare target lists. The plan is textbook combined arms doctrine: artillery bombardment to suppress defenders, armor advance to engage American tanks and strong points, infantry assault to clear positions and consolidate gains. Timing is critical. If armor advances without infantry, American bazookas can achieve flank shots that penetrate even Panzer Mark IV armor. If infantry advances without armor, American machine guns will slaughter exposed troops. The elements must work together, synchronized like an orchestra, where individual instruments create harmony only when played at precisely the right moments. And German commanders have performed this symphony dozens of times on the Eastern Front. The Americans at Noville have never faced it before. 6:45 a.m. The artillery preparation begins with a bombardment that makes yesterday's shelling seem like a light rehearsal. German batteries fire a rolling barrage that walks across Noville's perimeter from north to south, each salvo lifting and advancing 50 yards to keep defenders pinned as infantry closes. The volume of fire represents serious commitment, probably 6 batteries, 72 guns, firing at maximum rate for 20 minutes. The mathematics are apocalyptic. 72 guns times maximum rate of 4 rounds per minute times 20 minutes equals 5,760 shells landing across a defensive position roughly 500 yards wide. This is not harassment fire. This is an attempt to obliterate the American position through sheer weight of explosives. Soldiers at Noville can do nothing except huddle in their holes and endure. Buildings collapse, trees splinter. The church steeple that served as an observation post takes 3 direct hits and crumbles into rubble. 2 of the 3 American Sherman tanks survive only because they were positioned in defilade behind stone walls, thick enough to stop shell fragments. The 3rd Sherman takes a direct hit on its engine deck. Doesn't penetrate the armor, but damages the engine so badly the tank becomes immobile. When the barrage lifts at 7:15 a.m., the American perimeter looks like the surface of the moon. Cratered, smoking, vegetation stripped away, structures reduced to skeletal frames. 7:20 a.m. German tanks appear. First Sergeant Joseph Domingos, commanding one of the surviving Sherman tanks, sees them emerge from morning fog. Low hulls, long guns, camouflage paint in white and dark gray, moving in textbook formation, with intervals allowing mutual support. He identifies the lead tank as a Panzer Mark IV at 800 yards, well beyond the effective range of his Sherman's 75mm gun. German doctrine places maximum effective kill range for the Mark IV's gun against Sherman armor at 1,200 yards. This means the German tank can kill Domingos from 800 yards, but Domingos cannot reliably kill the German unless he closes to less than 600 yards or achieves a perfect shot to the tank's weaker side or rear armor. The tactical problem is obvious. Advancing to get a killing shot exposes the Sherman to German fire during the entire approach. Staying in position means watching helplessly while German tanks maneuver to engage at their leisure. Domingos makes the only decision that has any chance of success. Use terrain to close the distance, then engage from an ambush position before the Germans realize an American tank is nearby. He orders his driver to back the Sherman deeper into cover, wait for the German tanks to advance into medium range, then fire from a hold-down position where only the Sherman's turret is exposed. 7:32 a.m. The engagement begins when Domingos' gunner fires at a Panzer Mark IV that has advanced to 650 yards. The Sherman's 75mm armor-piercing round strikes the German tank's lower hull just above the road wheels, the shot perfectly placed to penetrate the thinner belly armor. The shell ricochets. The angle is too shallow, the armor too thick, the physics merciless. The German tank survives, slews its turret toward the American position, and fires. The 75mm German shell crosses 650 yards in less than 2 seconds, and strikes the Sherman's turret at the junction between turret and hull. The shell penetrates. The Sherman's interior becomes an inferno as ammunition stored in ready racks cooks off. 3 crewmen die instantly. Domingos, positioned in the turret's cupola, is blown clear by the explosion, his clothes on fire, his left arm broken, his eardrums ruptured. He crawls away from the burning tank while German machine guns kick up frozen earth around him. 2 paratroopers from Company A risk exposure to drag Domingos into cover. Behind them, the Sherman burns, black smoke rising into gray winter sky, a pyre for 3 men whose names are Corporal James Reed, Private First Class Anthony Martinez, and Private Dennis O'Brien. The tank battle at Noville has lasted 90 seconds, and the score is Germany 1, America 0. The 2nd American Sherman, commanded by Staff Sergeant William Toy, watches Domingos' tank die and immediately repositions to a prepared firing position on Noville's eastern edge. Toy has been a tank commander for 18 months, fought in Normandy, knows that surviving against better German tanks requires using every tactical advantage available. His advantage now is surprise. The German tanks have identified and destroyed 1 Sherman, but don't yet know a second exists. Toy orders his driver to maintain position in defilade, only the tank's gun and top of the turret exposed, and waits, while 3 Panzer Mark IVs advance toward the village center. At 400 yards, Toy gives the order to fire. His gunner targets the trailing German tank, reasoning that killing the rear tank will create confusion and block the column's retreat. The Sherman fires twice in rapid succession. The first round misses, striking frozen ground 20 feet short. The second round, adjusted for range, strikes the Panzer Mark IV's turret ring at the junction where the turret meets the hull. It's a weak point, one of the few places Sherman guns can reliably penetrate German armor. The shell goes through, detonates inside the turret, kills or wounds the entire crew. The German tank shudders to a stop, smoke pouring from hatches. Toy doesn't celebrate. He's already ordering his driver to reverse into cover before the other German tanks identify his position and return fire. But tactical success doesn't prevent strategic reality. By 8 a.m., 6 more German tanks have joined the assault. The Americans now face 8 operational German tanks versus 1 operational American Sherman. The third Sherman remains immobile from earlier damage, unable to maneuver, but still capable of firing if targets present themselves. The German tanks don't press home a coordinated assault. They've learned that charging American positions results in losses. Instead, they establish firing positions at ranges where their technical superiority ensures victory in any straight exchange. They engage American infantry positions with high-explosive shells, systematically destroying foxholes and killing paratroopers who cannot retreat, because withdrawing from cover means dying in the open. German infantry, which had been hanging back during the tank engagement, now advances under cover of armor fire. The tactical situation is deteriorating toward catastrophe. American artillery from Bastogne fires counter-battery missions and defensive concentrations, but artillery cannot stop tanks, only infantry. The calls for fire become increasingly desperate. Fire mission, tanks in the open. Grid coordinates, fire for effect, repeat. Target still moving, need more fire. Can anyone stop these tanks? 9:45 a.m. The answer arrives in the form of an M36 Jackson tank destroyer, rushed forward from Bastogne, with orders to reinforce Noville's anti-tank defenses. The Jackson is not a tank, but a specialized vehicle mounting a 90mm gun, one of the few American weapons capable of reliably penetrating German heavy armor. The vehicle arrives at Noville moving at maximum speed, its commander having monitored radio traffic describing the disaster unfolding. The Jackson takes position on the village's southeastern edge and immediately acquires a target, a Panther tank, heavier and more dangerous than the Panzer Mark IVs, that has just appeared on Noville's eastern perimeter. The Panther mounts a 75mm gun, with performance exceeding anything else on the battlefield. Its frontal armor is so thick that Sherman guns are effectively useless against it. But the Jackson's 90mm gun is a different proposition. At 400 yards, the Jackson fires. The armor-piercing shell strikes the Panther's turret, penetrates, and kills the tank. The German advance falters as commanders realize the Americans have reinforced with heavier anti-tank weapons. But the Jackson's victory is Pyrrhic. One vehicle cannot stop 8 German tanks. It can only delay them, make them cautious, buy time measured in minutes rather than hours, and time is what Task Force Harwick is selling, trading American lives for German hours, all holding Noville not because it can be held indefinitely, but because every hour it stands is an hour that Bastogne's defenders use to improve their positions and prepare for the siege they know is coming. December 20th, 1944. Noville, Belgium, 7 a.m. The morning fog is so thick that visibility drops to less than 100 yards, turning the battlefield into a landscape of shadows and shapes where sound becomes more important than sight. Staff Sergeant William Toy crouches in the turret of his Sherman tank, listening. He hears the distinctive sound of diesel engines, the metallic clatter of tracks on frozen ground, voices shouting in German somewhere to the north. His gunner, Corporal Frank Soboleski, peers through the gun sight and sees nothing but gray mist. The fog is simultaneously blessing and curse, and it conceals the Sherman from German observation, but it also makes engaging targets nearly impossible. Toy knows that somewhere in that fog are at least 8 German tanks hunting for American armor, and the first side to achieve visual acquisition will likely win the engagement. Tank warfare in World War II is less about armor thickness or gun caliber than it is about seeing first, shooting first, hitting first. Technical advantages matter, but situational awareness matters more. Toy Toy orders his driver to position the Sherman in a hold-down spot behind a collapsed stone wall where the tank is partially protected but retains visibility. Then they wait. Somewhere in the fog, German tank commanders are making the same calculations. In playing the same deadly game of chess where checkmate comes at 3,000 feet per second and leaves only burning metal and dead crews. 7:18 a.m. The fog lifts slightly, visibility extending to maybe 300 yards. A German Panzer, Mark IV, materializes like a ghost, moving diagonally across Toy's field of view at 250 yards, close enough that even the Sherman's inferior gun has a reasonable chance of penetration. Sobolewski acquires the target, adjusts for lead. The German tank is moving at perhaps 10 miles per hour and fires. The 75mm armor-piercing round leaves the Sherman's gun with a crack that echoes across the battlefield. Impact. The round strikes the German tank's forward hull, low and left of center. The shell penetrates. It's driving through 80mm of armor plate and detonating inside the crew compartment. What happens next is visible only as external indicators. The German tank lurches to a stop. Hatches blow open. Crew members bail out. One man's uniform on fire. The tank doesn't explode. Ammunition cook-off takes time, but it's clearly disabled. Toy doesn't have time to celebrate. German doctrine emphasizes mutual support, meaning that lone tank almost certainly has supporting vehicles nearby. He orders his driver to reverse the Sherman back into cover while Sobolewski reloads. They've been stationary and exposed for 45 seconds, an eternity in tank combat. Moving means survival. 7:23 a.m. German return fire arrives, 3 tanks firing simultaneously at the position the Sherman just vacated. High-explosive shells, not armor-piercing rounds, suggesting the Germans aren't certain they were engaging a tank, impact around the stone wall, blowing it apart and sending shrapnel whining through air to the Sherman occupied 20 seconds earlier. The volume of fire indicates the Germans are taking the engagement seriously. 3 tanks committing to suppressing one suspected American position means German commanders respect American anti-tank capabilities, even if they don't respect American tank quality. This creates a tactical opportunity. While German tanks focus on Toy's last known position, the immobilized 3rd Sherman, the one damaged by artillery earlier, still has a working gun. Its commander, Sergeant Leonard Miller, has been watching the engagement develop. His tank can't move, but it can shoot. You see, the 3 German tanks are now exposed as they concentrate fire on the stone wall. Miller's gunner fires at the nearest German tank. Range 400 yards, target stationary, perfect shooting conditions. The round strikes the Panzer Mark IV's turret side armor, an oblique angle but close enough to perpendicular that the shell penetrates. The German tank slews sideways, turret mechanism damaged, and begins backing away from the engagement, while crew members attempt damage assessment. Not a kill, but a mobility or mission kill that removes the tank from the fight. The armor engagement develops into a chaotic running battle across Noville's perimeter. German tanks advance, identify American positions, fire, then withdraw before American guns can achieve killing hits. American tanks respond with aggressive repositioning, firing from unexpected angles, using terrain features to break German line of sight. The M36 Jackson tank destroyer becomes the Americans' ace, its 90mm gun forcing German tanks to maintain greater range and limiting their freedom of movement. But the Jackson is also the Germans' priority target. Every time it fires, German observers track the muzzle flash and direct artillery fire at the suspected position. At 8:15 a.m., a German artillery barrage walks across the Jackson's location. The vehicle survives. Its open-top design actually helps, because overpressure from near misses vents upward instead of being contained. But one crew member is wounded by shrapnel, and the vehicle's radio is damaged. Now the Jackson can fight, but cannot coordinate with other American forces, reducing its effectiveness by half. And by 8:30 a.m., the tactical situation has clarified into brutal arithmetic. American forces have effectively lost 2 Shermans, one destroyed, one immobilized, and have 1 Sherman plus the Jackson still mobile and fighting. German forces have lost 1 Panzer Mark IV, destroyed, 2 damaged and withdrawn, leaving 6 operational tanks still engaged. The force ratio is now 6 German tanks versus 2 American vehicles. Additionally, a German Panther tank appears on the battlefield's eastern edge at 8:40 a.m., its distinctive profile unmistakable even in degraded visibility. The Panther is the most dangerous tank on the battlefield, mounting a long-barreled 75mm gun that can penetrate any Allied armor at ranges exceeding 1,000 yards, while its sloped frontal armor is effectively immune to American tank guns, except at point-blank range. The Panther's arrival represents a qualitative escalation. This is not simply more enemy armor. This is enemy armor against which American tanks have minimal effective response. Toy, watching the Panther maneuver from his diminishing position, knows his Sherman cannot win a direct engagement. The only question is whether the Jackson can get a shot before the Panther identifies and destroys American armor, piece by piece. 9:15 a.m. The Jackson's opportunity comes when the Panther advances to 400 yards while engaging what German crews believe is an American strongpoint, but is actually an abandoned building. The Jackson's commander positions his vehicle to achieve a flanking shot, firing at the Panther's turret side armor where protection is weaker than the glacis plate. The 90mm gun fires. At 400 yards, the armor-piercing round has sufficient velocity to penetrate even heavy armor if the shot placement is perfect. It's perfect. The round strikes the junction between the Panther's turret and hull, the turret ring where armor transitions from thick frontal protection to thinner side plates. Penetration. The interior of the Panther becomes a hell of spalling armor fragments and detonating ammunition. The tank's ammunition stores cook off in a sympathetic detonation that blows the turret completely off the hull. German crew members who survive the initial penetration have perhaps 5 seconds to escape before secondary explosions make egress impossible. 1 man makes it out. The rest die in the inferno that consumes the Panther. The loss of their heaviest tank causes the German assault to pause as commanders reassess. They have now lost 2 tanks destroyed, 3 damaged. The Americans were supposed to have minimal anti-tank capability. Instead, they're fighting with competence that suggests either better equipment than any intelligence indicated, or training that exceeds expectations. The cost of this success is measured in American casualties mounting across Noville's perimeter. While tank versus tank combat attracts attention, German infantry and artillery continue grinding down American defensive positions. Paratroopers and foxholes face a nightmare of coordinated fires. German machine guns suppressing positions, mortars dropping shells behind cover to kill soldiers who retreat from the machine gun fire, artillery interdicting reinforcement routes. The casualty rate accelerates. By 10 a.m., the task force has suffered 61 killed and 92 wounded since the battle began 36 hours ago. That's a 25% casualty rate, approaching the threshold where units begin losing combat effectiveness, not because soldiers lack courage, but because there aren't enough survivors to maintain defensive coordination. Platoons that started with 40 men are down to 25. Squads of 10 men now number 6 or 7. That the sergeants who provide tactical leadership are dying or wounded at disproportionate rates because they're the ones moving under fire to coordinate defenses and rally men. Medical personnel face impossible choices. The battalion aid station, relocated to a church basement after the original building was destroyed, holds 48 wounded men. 8 are critical cases requiring immediate surgical intervention that cannot be provided in a field setting. These men will die without evacuation to a proper hospital. But evacuation requires ambulances driving 7 miles to Bastogne through roads now under German observation and intermittent fire. Captain Eugene Rowe, the senior medic, makes the decision to attempt evacuation. 1 ambulance with 8 critical cases departs Noville at 10:45 a.m., all driving fast with Red Cross markings clearly displayed. The driver is Corporal David Webster, a volunteer who understands he might be shot at despite Geneva Convention protections. The ambulance makes it 3 miles before encountering a German patrol blocking the road. The patrol allows the ambulance to pass. Wehrmacht soldiers generally respect medical vehicles, but the delay costs 20 minutes. 2 of the 8 wounded men die before reaching Bastogne. The other 6 survive only because army surgeons work through the night performing emergency procedures with inadequate supplies and overwhelming patient loads. War is mathematics, where success means losing the minimum number of men necessary to accomplish the mission, and the mission at Noville is accumulating costs that cannot be repaid. By noon on December 20th, the armored engagement has settled into a stalemate neither side can afford. German forces have failed to break the American defensive perimeter, despite numerical and technical superiority. American forces have held their positions, but lack the strength to counterattack or relieve the pressure. Both sides have suffered casualties that make continued offensive operations problematic. The Germans have lost 2 tanks destroyed, the Panzer Mark IV and Panther, plus 3 damaged vehicles that require repair before returning to combat. This represents roughly 30% of the armor committed to the Noville assault. For a division that's supposed to be racing west toward the Meuse River, losing 30% of a regiment's tanks to capture a single village is strategically unsustainable. American losses are equally severe. 2 Shermans destroyed or disabled, leaving 1 Sherman and the Jackson as the total armored force at Noville. Infantry casualties are approaching levels where the task force can hold existing positions, but cannot extend the perimeter or create reserve forces to respond to German penetrations. The afternoon brings a shift in German tactics. Instead of continuing direct assaults that produce casualties without decisive results, German commanders opt for siege warfare. Artillery and mortar fire intensify, methodically destroying buildings that provide cover for American infantry. Snipers engage any American soldier who exposes himself. Tank fire from long range suppresses American positions without closing to where American anti-tank weapons can respond effectively. The Germans are transitioning from assault operations to attrition warfare, calculating that time favors them because American supplies will deplete faster than German reinforcements arrive. It's a sound strategy if the objective is to capture Noville with minimum German casualties. But the objective was never simply capturing Noville. The objective was capturing Noville quickly as part of a rapid advance toward Bastogne and beyond. Every hour spent reducing Noville is an hour the American division at Bastogne uses to dig deeper, position artillery, establish interlocking fields of fire. The German offensive depends on maintaining momentum, and momentum has stalled at a crossroads village that didn't exist in German planning documents 48 hours ago. Staff Sergeant Toy, sitting in his Sherman and counting remaining ammunition, 14 armor-piercing rounds, 26 high-explosive rounds, doesn't know that his tank crew's survival has purchased something more valuable than killed German tanks. They've purchased time, the most precious commodity in warfare, and time is what transforms the defense of Bastogne from desperate improvisation into the fortress that will break the German offensive's back. December 20th, 1944, Noville, Belgium. 8:15 a.m. Private First Class. Eugene Rowe crouches in the church basement that serves as Noville's aid station and tries to stop a 19-year-old soldier from bleeding to death. The soldier's name is Albert Hasenzahl, the replacement from Brooklyn who arrived in Belgium 17 days ago. A German shell fragment the size of a cigarette pack entered his abdomen, just left of center, tearing through muscle and intestine before lodging against his spine. Hasenzahl is conscious, which is the worst possible outcome because consciousness means feeling everything. He screams. Then he apologizes for screaming. Then he screams again. Rowe has morphine, exactly 4 syrettes remaining from the 12 he started with yesterday. But he's rationing because wounded men keep arriving, and morphine is the only mercy he can offer to those beyond surgical help. He injects 1 syrette into Hasenzahl's thigh and waits 30 seconds for the drug to take effect. The screaming becomes moaning, which is progress. Rowe examines the wound with hands that have stopped shaking only because he's too exhausted for fear. The shrapnel needs to come out. There's internal bleeding. This requires a surgeon in a hospital with proper instruments and blood for transfusion. What Rowe has is a church basement, a folding table, inadequate light from 2 kerosene lamps, and medical training that covered battlefield first aid, but not abdominal surgery. He makes the only decision possible: pack the wound, stop external bleeding, stabilize the patient, hope evacuation becomes possible before infection or internal bleeding kills him. It's not medicine, it's triage disguised as treatment. The basement holds 16 wounded men laid out on whatever flat surfaces exist. The floor, pews carried down from the destroyed church above, doors torn from their hinges and used as improvised stretchers. The medical staff consists of Rowe and 2 other medics, Corporal Ralph Spina and Private First Class Robert Mann. The 3 men attempting to provide care for casualties that keep arriving at rates that make systematic treatment impossible. The battalion was supposed to have 6 medics, but 2 were killed by the same artillery strike that wounded Hassanzal, and 1 is treating the walking wounded at a secondary aid station in a barn on Noville's southern edge. This leaves 3 medics for a task force that has suffered 92 wounded in the last 36 hours. The arithmetic is brutal. 92 wounded divided by 3 medics equals roughly 30 patients per medic, which would be overwhelming in a fully equipped field hospital, but is catastrophic in a basement under artillery fire, where supplies are depleting and evacuation is uncertain. Rowe moves from patient to patient, making snap judgments about who gets treatment first. Sucking chest wound, seal it, check breathing, move on. Compound fracture, splint it, morphine if he's screaming, move on. Shrapnel in the leg, bandage, check for arterial bleeding, move on if it's not spurting. Head wound, check pupils, check consciousness. If both are absent, there's nothing to do except make them comfortable and hope they die without regaining consciousness, because conscious dying is the cruelest thing Rowe has witnessed. The shortage of medical supplies transforms every treatment decision into a moral calculation. Rowe started with 60 bandages, 12 morphine syrettes, 6 bottles of sulfa powder to prevent infection, and 4 units of plasma for treating shock. By dawn of December 20th, he's down to 18 bandages, 4 morphine syrettes, 3 bottles of sulfa powder, and 0 plasma because the first critical casualties consumed all 4 units. Without plasma, soldiers going into shock from blood loss have minimal chance of survival. Rowe improvises. He tears apart uniforms to create additional bandages. He dilutes remaining sulfa powder with water to make it stretch further. He uses the same morphine syrette on multiple patients after sterilizing the needle over a candle flame, a practice that violates every medical protocol but is necessary when morphine is more scarce than wounded men. The most agonizing decisions involve determining who gets the remaining morphine. A soldier with a leg wound that's painful but not life-threatening doesn't get morphine because he'll probably survive without it. And a soldier with abdominal wounds who's probably dying gets morphine because at least his last hours won't be pure agony. A soldier with facial wounds that are horrifically painful but not immediately fatal creates an ethical dilemma. Save the morphine for potentially lethal cases, or provide mercy to someone suffering now. Rowe makes these decisions dozens of times, and each decision carries the weight of choosing between competing forms of suffering. 10:30 a.m. A German artillery barrage walks across Noville's southern perimeter, shells landing in a pattern that suggests German observers are systematically targeting every building that could provide cover. The church takes multiple hits. The structure above the basement, already damaged from previous shelling, collapses completely. Stone blocks and wooden beams crash down, all filling the stairwell that provides the only access to the aid station. Rowe and his patients are now trapped in a basement with one small window providing ventilation and diminishing light. 2 medics are killed instantly when part of the ceiling collapses on the area where they were treating patients. 3 wounded men die as well, crushed by falling masonry before they can be moved. The survivors, Rowe, 13 wounded men still alive, find themselves in darkness, broken only by the kerosene lamps that survived the collapse. Dust hangs so thick in the air that breathing becomes difficult. Rowe shouts toward the window, hoping someone outside can hear. After 15 minutes, paratroopers from Company B begin clearing rubble from the stairwell. It takes 90 minutes to create a gap large enough to evacuate wounded. Or during those 90 minutes, Rowe sits in the darkness with 13 men in various states of injury and psychological crisis, some praying, some crying, some silent, in the way that indicates psychological shutdown. He talks to them. He tells them help is coming. He tells them they'll be evacuated soon. He tells them they fought well and their families will be proud. He doesn't tell them that 2 more men die during the 90-minute wait, bleeding out from wounds that might have been survivable with immediate surgical intervention. By early afternoon, the medical situation at Noville has deteriorated beyond sustainability. The aid station is destroyed. Wounded men are scattered across multiple improvised casualty collection points. At the evacuation route to Bastogne, 7 miles down the En15 highway, is under intermittent German artillery fire. 1 ambulance attempted evacuation in the morning and succeeded, but subsequent attempts draw German fire that destroys 1 ambulance and kills its driver. German forces apparently concluded that interdicting American medical evacuation is legitimate targeting because the ambulances might be transporting supplies or personnel in addition to wounded. Whether this violates Geneva Convention protections is debatable. What's not debatable is that wounded men are now trapped at Noville with diminishing prospects of reaching hospitals before their conditions deteriorate fatally. Captain Sam Grantzer, commanding Company A, it makes the decision to consolidate all wounded in a single location, the basement of a stone farm building on Noville's western edge, the most substantial structure still standing. Rowe establishes a new aid station there, using what supplies remain and improvising the rest. By 4 p.m., 34 wounded men occupy the basement. 18 are ambulatory, walking wounded with injuries that don't prevent movement. 16 are litter cases requiring stretchers for transport. Of those 16, 8 are critical cases who will die without hospital care within 24 hours. The medical challenges are compounded by environmental factors that turn manageable injuries into life-threatening conditions. Overnight temperatures are dropping to 10 degrees Fahrenheit, cold enough to cause hypothermia in healthy soldiers. Is potentially lethal for wounded men whose bodies are already stressed. The basement provides shelter from wind but is unheated. Rowe organizes the wounded so that ambulatory cases can share body heat with litter cases, creating human clusters that provide some thermal protection. But this only delays hypothermia, doesn't prevent it. 2 wounded men die during the night of December 20th, not from their wounds, but from exposure, their bodies simply unable to generate enough heat to compensate for blood loss and shock. Frostbite becomes a secondary medical crisis. 8 soldiers develop severe frostbite on their extremities, hands, feet, noses, ears, from prolonged exposure in foxholes where movement is impossible without drawing German fire. The treatment for severe frostbite is gradual rewarming in controlled conditions, ideally in a hospital. What Rowe has is a basement with no heat source except the bodies of wounded men. He does his best. He removes boots and socks from frostbitten feet, wraps them in whatever fabric is available, places them against the bodies of other wounded men who can provide warmth. It's inadequate. 3 of the 8 frostbite cases will require amputation after evacuation, losing toes or fingers that died from cellular damage in a frozen Belgian village. The psychological toll on medical personnel is documented in post-war psychiatric assessments that reveal patterns of trauma specific to combat medics. Rowe and his fellow medics operate in a unique hell where they possess knowledge and training to save lives but lack resources to act on that knowledge. Infantry soldiers face the terror of being killed, but can respond by shooting back, taking cover, moving tactically. Medics face the terror of watching men die from treatable conditions while being unable to provide treatment. The psychological impact is documented in interviews conducted years later. Rowe describes dreams where he's surrounded by wounded men calling for help, but his hands won't work. Or he has morphine, but the syringes are empty. Or he performs surgery successfully, but the patient dies anyway. These are not random nightmare images. They're accurate representations of the moral injury sustained when professional competence is negated by material scarcity. The medics at Noville save lives. Of the 92 men wounded in the first 2 days of combat, only 68 will survive their wounds, but the 24 who die haunt the survivors with questions about what might have been different with better supplies, faster evacuation, more medics, less war. 6 p.m. Major Robert Harwick visits the aid station to assess the medical situation and receives Rowe's blunt report. 8 critical cases requiring immediate evacuation, 16-liter cases requiring evacuation within 24 hours. 34 total wounded consuming resources that don't exist. Harwick asks if holding Noville another day is medically feasible. Rowe responds with the only honest answer possible. It depends on the casualty rate. If casualties continue at current rates, 20 to 30 new wounded per day, the medical system will collapse completely within 48 hours. If casualty rates increase, collapse comes sooner. If casualty rates decrease, maybe they can hold on. But decrease seems unlikely given German artillery intensity and the armor attacks that keep probing American defenses. Harwick nods, thanks Rowe, and leaves without providing false assurances. Both men understand the implications. The task force's ability to hold Noville is being measured not just in ammunition expenditure or defensive positions, but in how long the medical system can sustain casualties without catastrophic failure. When medics run out of bandages, morphine, and sulfa powder, when wounded men lie untreated because there's nobody to treat them, when soldiers realize that being wounded might mean dying slowly from neglect rather than quickly from bullets, morale collapses in ways that fear of enemy fire never achieves. That by nightfall on December 20th, the human cost of holding Noville is quantified in numbers that military reports reduce to statistics, but represent individual catastrophes. 61 Americans killed since December 18th. 92 wounded. 39 captured or missing, mostly men separated from their units during the confusion of combat and either captured by German patrols or killed and not yet accounted for. Total casualties: 192 men out of the original 600, a 32% casualty rate in 60 hours of combat. Company A started with 90 men. It now musters 58. Company B started with 80 men. It now musters 43. The tank platoon started with 3 Shermans. 1 remains operational. The artillery forward observer teams started with 3 observers. 2 are still alive. These numbers represent the cost of buying time, the price of strategic delay measured in destroyed bodies and shattered lives. But numbers don't capture what Rowe sees in the basement aid station. Hassenzahl, dying slowly from internal bleeding because there's no surgeon to operate. Soldiers with frostbite knowing they'll lose fingers. Men screaming for morphine that doesn't exist. The smell of gangrene starting in wounds that lack antibiotics. The sound of breathing that becomes labored and then stops. This is the cost of stubbornness, the price paid when commanders decide that holding ground justifies spending lives. When strategic calculations override human suffering, when the mission becomes more important than the men executing it. Rowe doesn't have the luxury of making strategic judgments. EI has 13 wounded men in a basement, 4 morphine syrets, and darkness falling on another night in a village that keeps killing the people he's trying to save. December 20th, 1944. Bastogne, Belgium, 4 p.m. Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe stands in the division command post studying a map covered with symbols, representing American positions and estimated German forces. McAuliffe commands the 101st Airborne Division in the absence of Major General Maxwell Taylor, who remains stranded in Washington due to the sudden German offensive. The command responsibility weighs heavy. 11,000 men under his authority, scattered across defensive positions radiating from Bastogne, facing German forces that intelligence estimates at 50,000 with overwhelming armor superiority. On the map shows Noville as a small circle 10 miles north of Bastogne, with the notation Task Force Harwick, approximately 400 effectives, written in grease pencil. 400 effectives from an original 600 means 200 casualties in 2 days, a rate that cannot be sustained. McAuliffe has been receiving fragmentary reports from Noville throughout the day. German armor attacking, American tanks destroyed, heavy casualties, medical evacuation impossible, ammunition running low. Each report presents the same implicit question: how long do we hold? McAuliffe traces his finger along the map from Noville south to Bastogne and calculates distances and time. 10 miles. If Task Force Harwick withdraws tonight, they can reach Bastogne's perimeter by dawn. If they wait until tomorrow, German forces might interdict the withdrawal route completely, But if they withdraw tonight, German armor reaches the northern approach to Bastogne 12 hours sooner, before defensive positions are fully prepared. The tactical dilemma is ancient. Sacrifice the forward element to buy time for the main force, or preserve the forward element and accept strategic vulnerability. The decision McAuliffe faces is complicated by factors beyond pure military calculus. The 101st Airborne's reputation as America's elite airborne force creates expectations that weigh on every command choice. Elite units don't retreat. Elite units don't abandon positions. Elite units accept casualties that other formations would consider unacceptable because their reputation demands it. But reputation is a luxury purchased with soldiers' lives. And McAuliffe must balance mythology against mathematics. He confers with Colonel Robert Sink, who commands the 506th Regiment that includes Task Force Harwick. Sink's assessment is characteristically blunt. Noville has accomplished its mission, delayed German advance by approximately 36 hours, but cannot hold indefinitely without reinforcement that doesn't exist. The German 2nd Panzer Division is committed to eliminating Noville as a blocking position. They will bring whatever force is necessary to accomplish that elimination. If Task Force Harwick stays, they will be destroyed, probably within 24 to 48 hours. If they withdraw now, the bulk of the force can be saved and integrated into Bastogne's defense. Sink recommends immediate withdrawal. McAuliffe listens and then asks the question that defines command. What does immediate withdrawal cost strategically? The answer requires understanding what Bastogne's defense needs and what Noville's continued resistance provides. Intelligence reports indicate German forces are still positioning for a major assault on Bastogne, probably beginning December 21st or 22nd. The longer this positioning takes, the stronger Bastogne's defenses become. Every hour that German forces are committed to reducing Noville is an hour they're not assembling for the assault on Bastogne. The 101st's defensive perimeter around Bastogne is organized in 3 belts: outer positions at approximately 5 miles from the town center, middle positions at 3 miles, inner positions at 1 mile. Each belt provides depth, allowing defenders to fall back to prepared positions if overrun. But preparing positions requires time and labor, digging foxholes in frozen ground, sighting artillery, establishing fields of fire, stockpiling ammunition, positioning reserves. The division arrived at Bastogne with minimal preparation time and has been frantically improving defenses while fighting off German probes. By December 20th evening, the outer belt is maybe 70% complete, the middle belt 60%, the inner belt 80%. Another 24 hours would bring all 3 belts to 90% plus completion. Noville has already bought 36 hours. Another 12 to 24 hours would provide the margin that transforms Bastogne from vulnerable to fortress. But buying those additional hours means Task Force Harwick suffers another day of casualties at current rates, 20 to 30 men killed or wounded per day, which would bring total casualties to potentially 60 to 70%. At that level, the task force ceases to exist as a functional military unit. The survivors would be scattered remnants requiring weeks to reconstitute, assuming they could be extracted at all. McAuliffe must weigh abstract strategic benefits against concrete human costs, and there is no calculus that makes this equation comfortable. He orders a radio message sent to Major Harwick at Noville. Hold Noville as long as tactically feasible. Withdraw if encircled. Use your judgment regarding timing. Reinforcement not available. It's a commander's order that shifts decision-making to the subordinate, only giving Harwick authority to withdraw when he determines the position is untenable, but making clear that holding longer is strategically valuable. The order is simultaneously permission and condemnation. Harwick can withdraw and save his men, but doing so abandons the mission. He can hold longer and complete the mission, but doing so condemns more of his men to death or capture. There is no right answer, only choices between competing forms of loss. 7 p.m. Harwick receives McAuliffe's message and assembles his company commanders. Captain Sam Granzer from Company A, Captain Stanley from Company B, and the surviving tank commander. Harwick reads the order aloud and asks for assessments. Granzer reports Company A at 65% strength, with ammunition adequate for maybe one more day of heavy fighting. Stanley reports Company B at 54% strength, with similar ammunition situation. The tank commander reports one operational Sherman with 14 armor-piercing rounds remaining. Casualties are mounting, medical supplies are exhausted, morale is holding but fragile. The consensus is clear. The task force can hold tonight and probably through tomorrow morning, but continuing beyond that point risks catastrophic collapse. Harwick makes his decision. They will hold through the night and withdraw tomorrow evening under cover of darkness. This gives Bastogne's defense another 24 hours, while preserving enough task force strength to conduct an organized withdrawal rather than a panicked retreat. It's a compromise that satisfies no one, but seems like the least worst option. Harwick issues orders. Company commanders will prepare withdrawal routes, vehicles will be staged for evacuation of wounded. Rear guard forces will be designated to cover the retreat. Demolitions will be prepared to destroy equipment that cannot be evacuated. The mission is no longer holding Noville indefinitely. The mission is holding for 24 more hours and then getting out alive. 8 p.m. German artillery intensifies, suggesting German intelligence has detected American preparations for something, possibly withdrawal, possibly reinforcement, possibly just defensive adjustments. German tactics have shifted from frontal assault to systematic destruction, pounding American positions with artillery, while infantry maintains pressure without committing to costly attacks. It's a sound strategy if the Germans believe time favors them. But time is precisely what the Americans are selling. Each shell that falls on Noville is a shell not falling on Bastogne. Each hour German commanders spend coordinating Noville's reduction is an hour not spent organizing the assault on Bastogne. The exchange is unequal, American lives for German hours, but warfare is rarely about equal exchanges. It's about achieving strategic objectives at acceptable cost, and acceptable is a judgment made by commanders who won't personally die if the judgment proves wrong. Harwick knows this. His men know this. They know they're being spent like currency to purchase time, and the knowledge creates a bitter resignation that coexists with professional pride. They're paratroopers. Being spent in hard places for difficult purposes is what they volunteered for. And even if the volunteering seemed more glorious in recruitment posters than it feels in frozen foxholes under artillery fire. December 21st, 12:15 a.m. The withdrawal order is distributed. Companies will begin falling back at 9 p.m., moving in stages with rear guards covering each bound. The severely wounded will be evacuated first, carried by ambulatory wounded and soldiers detailed for the task. Equipment that cannot be carried will be destroyed. Rose Aid Station will remain operational until the final withdrawal element departs. German forces must not detect the withdrawal until American forces are beyond immediate pursuit distance, which means maintaining defensive positions and returning fire throughout the day to create the illusion that Noville remains fully committed to holding. It's a calculated deception that requires soldiers to keep fighting even as they prepare to leave, accepting casualties for a position they know will be abandoned. The psychological burden is substantial. Men who believed they were holding Noville indefinitely now understand they've been holding temporarily. And the distinction matters. Holding indefinitely carries the meaning of defending something worth the cost. Holding temporarily feels like dying for real estate that will be surrendered anyway, even if the strategic logic is sound. The day of December 21st passes in grinding combat that produces casualties without drama. German artillery maintains steady pressure. American positions are engaged systematically, destroyed methodically. 3 more paratroopers are killed, 11 wounded. The casualty rate has actually decreased, not because German pressure has lessened, but because American soldiers have learned to maximize cover and minimize exposure. Experience is a harsh teacher, but an effective one. The men who have survived 2 days of combat have developed instincts that keep them alive, recognizing the sound of incoming shells early enough to take cover, understanding which positions provide protection and which are death traps, knowing when to shoot and when to hide. These are lessons that cannot be taught in training because training cannot replicate the sensory environment of actual combat. They must be learned through survival, which means those who fail to learn die and those who learn survive to pass knowledge to others. By evening, the task force has been educated in combat survival at the cost of 61 killed, 152 wounded, and the psychological scars that come from watching friends die in ways that range from instantaneous to agonizingly slow. 9:30 p.m. The withdrawal begins. Companies fall back by platoon, maintaining interval and fire discipline, moving through darkness illuminated occasionally by German flares. The wounded are evacuated first, carried on stretchers improvised from doors and fence boards. Rowe accompanies them, monitoring the critical cases who might die during the 7-mile journey to Bastogne. The rear guard, composed of volunteers from both companies, remains in position, firing occasionally to convince German forces that Noville is still defended. At midnight, the rear guard begins its withdrawal, moving carefully through positions that might already be infiltrated by German reconnaissance. By 12:30 a.m. on December 21st, the last American soldiers depart Noville, leaving behind 6 severely wounded men who cannot be moved. Rowe makes the agonizing decision to leave them with a white flag and a note in German requesting medical care as prisoners of war. It's a violation of everything he believes about never abandoning wounded, but attempting to move these men would kill them as certainly as German bullets. The alternative is hoping that Wehrmacht medical personnel will provide care, a hope predicated on enemy humanity that combat has given little reason to expect. The rearguard destroys the remaining Sherman tank with thermite grenades, sets fire to the ammunition stockpile that's too heavy to carry, and follows the main column south toward Bastogne and relative safety. The withdrawal from Noville costs an additional 17 casualties, 5 killed, 12 wounded, from German artillery fire that catches part of Company B's column at a crossroads. But the bulk of the task force, approximately 400 men from the original 600, reaches Bastogne's perimeter by dawn on December 21st. They are absorbed into the division's defensive network, assigned to sectors where their combat experience is immediately valuable. The men from Noville become the veteran cadre for companies that have suffered their own casualties, providing leadership and experience that transforms raw replacement units into effective combat formations. Their sacrifice at Noville, measured in 252 casualties, ICA has purchased something that cannot be quantified, but is nonetheless real: time. The commodity that transforms Bastogne's hasty defense into prepared positions that will withstand week-long German siege and earn immortality through McAuliffe's famous response to German surrender demands. But that immortality belongs to Bastogne, not Noville. The 600 men who held a frozen village for 60 hours will watch from obscurity as history celebrates the battle they made possible while forgetting the village where they bought the time that mattered. December 21st, 1944, 1 mile south of Noville, 12:15 a.m. Sergeant Harry Welsh moves at a crouch through darkness so complete that the soldier ahead of him is visible only as a slightly darker shadow against black. Company A's withdrawal column stretches roughly 200 yards, 48 men moving in fire teams with 10-yard intervals, weapons ready, absolute noise discipline. Welsh's squad occupies the rearguard position, last element out of Noville, responsible for detecting German pursuit and delaying it long enough for the main column to reach safety. The tactical problem is navigating 8 miles of enemy-infiltrated terrain in darkness, with minimal navigational aids. Welsh has a compass that's difficult to read without light, a map that shows the main road, but not the farm tracks they're using to avoid German observation, and his own infantry sense developed through months of combat. Navigation is dead reckoning. Count paces, estimate direction, trust instinct. Every 50 yards, the column halts while scouts check for German positions ahead. The intervals of movement and halting create a rhythm that's simultaneously reassuring and nerve-wracking. Movement means progress. Halting means potential contact. Welsh listens to the night, wind moving through bare trees, distant artillery rumbling like thunder, his own breathing, the occasional metallic click of equipment despite everyone's best efforts at silence. 12:45 a.m. German flares burst overhead, 3 of them in rapid succession, brilliant magnesium light turning night into artificial day. The flares drift slowly on small parachutes, illuminating a frozen landscape where 48 American soldiers are caught in the open 300 yards from any substantial cover. Welsh screams one word: down. Men drop to the frozen ground, each pressing themselves flat, hoping that motionlessness makes them invisible against the snow. German machine gun fire opens from positions to the east, roughly 400 yards, tracers cutting through the darkness like malevolent fireflies. The fire is speculative, German gunners shooting at likely positions rather than confirmed targets. But speculative fire kills just as effectively as aimed fire if you're unlucky enough to be where the bullets land. One man in Welsh's squad, Private John Cole, takes a round through his left shoulder, the impact spinning him sideways. He bites down on his collar to avoid screaming and giving away the column's exact position. Welsh crawls to him, assesses the wound in darkness, through and through missed bone, lots of blood but not arterial, and applies a pressure bandage from Cole's own first aid kit. The flares burn out after 90 seconds. Darkness returns. The German machine gun continues firing for another 30 seconds, then stops. The column remains motionless for 5 minutes, waiting to see if German infantry will advance to investigate. None appear. Welsh signals the column to continue moving. 1:30 a.m. The column reaches a crossroads where a secondary farm road intersects the withdrawal route. Welsh's scouts report movement ahead. Vehicle sounds, German voices, possibly a German patrol securing the intersection. This is the nightmare scenario. A German blocking position astride the only viable withdrawal route. The column cannot bypass the crossroads because the terrain on either side is boggy ground that's frozen solid enough to walk on, but not solid enough to provide secure footing for running or fighting. Attempting to fight through the German position risks alerting other German forces and triggering a pursuit that the Americans cannot win. The alternative is waiting for the German patrol to move on, but waiting means dawn catches the column still short of Bastogne, exposed to German observation and artillery. Captain Granser, commanding the withdrawal, makes the decision: infiltrate past the German position, avoid contact if possible, fight only if detected. Welsh's squad, as rear guard, gets the dangerous assignment: assault the German position if the main column is detected, creating enough chaos to allow the column to escape while the Germans deal with rear guard resistance. It's a suicide mission disguised as tactical necessity, and everyone understands it. Welsh briefs his men in whispers. If we hit them, we hit hard and fast. Or kill as many as possible, then break contact and scatter. Try to reach Bastogne individually. Don't stop to help wounded. Don't wait for me. Just get to Bastogne. His men nod in darkness. Nobody asks questions because the questions would reveal fear that's better left unspoken. The main column begins infiltrating past the crossroads, moving individually at maximum dispersion to minimize silhouettes. 50 yards, 75 yards, 100. The German patrol, Welsh counts 5 men around a motorcycle and sidecar, remains focused on the road heading east, apparently waiting for something, rather than actively patrolling. Company A's lead elements pass the crossroads successfully. The middle elements begin crossing, then disaster. One soldier, exhausted from 2 days of combat and minimal sleep, stumbles over frozen ruts and falls, his rifle clattering against the ground. The sound carries in the frozen night air. German voices shout an alarm. Flashlights click on, beams sweeping toward the source of the noise. Welsh doesn't wait for orders. He triggers the assault, his squad opening fire on the German patrol from 80 yards. The surprise is total. 3 Germans go down in the first burst of fire. One attempts to reach the motorcycle, presumably to radio for reinforcements, and is cut down by Browning automatic rifle fire. The 5th German runs into darkness and disappears. The entire engagement lasts maybe 20 seconds. Welsh immediately orders withdrawal. Go! Move! Get clear! His squad breaks contact, sprinting south away from the crossroads while German forces in the area begin reacting to the sound of combat. 2 a.m. Then Welsh's squad has become separated from the main column during the chaos of breaking contact. They number 7 men now. 1 was killed during the crossroads firefight, another wounded and left behind because carrying him would slow everyone down, enough to ensure total capture. Welsh leads them cross-country, avoiding roads, navigating by compass, and dead reckoning toward where Bastogne should be. The temperature is 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind chill makes it feel colder. The men have been moving and fighting for 48 hours with minimal food and almost no sleep. Physical exhaustion begins manifesting as stumbling, falling, difficulty maintaining tactical spacing. Welsh drives them forward through sheer force of will, knowing that stopping means freezing to death or capture. They cross frozen fields where snow is knee-deep. Or they wade through a partially frozen stream, the ice breaking under their weight, water soaking through boots and turning feet numb within minutes. They climb over stone walls that mark property boundaries, men helping each other over, because some lack the strength to climb independently. The distance from Noville to Bastogne is 8 miles, but Welsh's squad is taking an indirect route that adds another 3 or 4 miles. At their current pace, maybe 1 mile per hour given terrain and exhaustion, they have 4 to 5 hours of movement before reaching safety, assuming they're moving in the right direction and don't encounter more German patrols. 3 a.m. The squad encounters another American patrol, this one from the 506th Regiment's 2nd Battalion that established positions around Foy. It's the village 5 miles north of Bastogne that serves as an intermediate defensive line. The American patrol initially almost fires on Welsh's group, mistaking them for Germans, before recognition signals are exchanged. Welsh reports to the patrol leader. Company A withdrew from Noville. Main column should have reached this area hours ago. Rear guard separated during contact with German forces. 7 men present, multiple wounded, requesting directions to Company A's rally point. The patrol leader directs them to Foy, where Company A is supposed to be consolidating. Welsh's squad reaches Foy at 3:45 a.m., having covered roughly 4 miles in 6 hours of movement. They find 43 men from Company A assembled in the village center, including Captain Granser, who believed Welsh's squad was lost or captured. The reunion is muted. Men are too exhausted for celebration, too conscious of absent friends to feel relief at their own survival. Company A started the withdrawal with 48 men. 43 reached Foy. 5 are dead or missing. 3 confirmed killed during the Crossroads engagement. 2 unaccounted for, probably captured or killed, and not yet discovered. Company B's withdrawal follows a different route and encounters different challenges. Captain Stanley leads his 43 men south along a farm track that should be clear of German forces, but turns out to be paralleled by a German infantry column moving in the same direction. The two forces march less than 200 yards apart for over an hour, neither detecting the other in darkness and fog. An absurd situation where American and German soldiers could have reached out and touched each other if they'd known the other was there. Stanley's column reaches the outskirts of Bastogne without contact, a minor miracle that suggests German coordination is less precise than their tactical competence would imply. By dawn of December 21st, approximately 420 men from the original 600 assigned to Task Force Harwick have successfully withdrawn to Bastogne's perimeter or intermediate positions. 77 are missing, 61 confirmed killed, 16 wounded and evacuated earlier, plus the 6 severely wounded men left at Noville under white flag as medical necessity. Another 5 are captured or missing from the withdrawal itself. The casualty accounting is imprecise because chaos degrades record-keeping, but the approximate figures tell the story. A 42% casualty rate in 60 hours of combat, one of the highest rates sustained by any American unit in the entire Battle of the Bulge. The men who reach Bastogne are integrated immediately into defensive positions. There is no rest period, no decompression, no time to process what they've experienced. The German offensive is continuing. Bastogne is surrounded. Every soldier is needed on the perimeter. Welsh's squad is assigned to a defensive sector on Bastogne's northern edge, the exact direction from which German forces advancing past Noville will attack. Within hours of completing an exhausting withdrawal under fire, they're digging new foxholes and preparing to defend new positions. The irony is not lost on them. They abandoned Noville to preserve combat power for Bastogne's defense, and now that preserved combat power is being expended at Bastogne. The strategic logic is sound. Better to fight from prepared positions with artillery support and reinforcement potential than die in an isolated village. But logic doesn't eliminate exhaustion or fear or the knowledge that the war continues regardless of how much you've already endured. Private John Cole, wounded during the withdrawal, receives treatment at an aid station in Bastogne and returns to his unit 6 hours later with his arm in a sling, his shoulder wound bandaged but still functional enough to allow rifle shooting. He returns not because he's recovered, but because Company A has so few men remaining that even wounded soldiers are needed on the line. The withdrawal from Noville achieves its objective: preserve combat power while maintaining tactical delay. German forces occupy Noville on the morning of December 21st and discover an abandoned village littered with destroyed equipment and the bodies of soldiers from both sides. The 6 severely wounded Americans left behind are treated by Wehrmacht medical personnel and evacuated to prison camps, honoring the white flag that Roh left with them. German commanders assess the engagement and conclude that American resistance at Noville was unexpectedly formidable, delaying their advance by approximately 36 to 48 hours and costing roughly 500 German casualties. The 2nd Panzer Division's operational timeline is disrupted enough that its subsequent assault on Bastogne begins later than planned and with less strength than optimal. This delay, combined with delays at other points along the German advance, creates the differential that allows American reinforcements to reach Bastogne before it can be overrun. But these strategic outcomes are invisible to the men who fought at Noville. They see only that they held a village until ordered to leave, that friends died or were wounded, that the village they bled for was abandoned anyway. The vindication, if it comes at all, arrives decades later when historians analyze operational reports and conclude that Noville mattered. But mattering in history books provides cold comfort to soldiers shivering in frozen foxholes outside Bastogne, risks wondering if they'll survive the next German attack, and knowing that surviving Noville guarantees nothing except the opportunity to face death again tomorrow. December the 21st, 1944, Bastogne, Belgium, 6 a.m. Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe walks the perimeter of Bastogne's outer defensive belt and observes a transformation that borders on miraculous. 3 days ago, this ground was open farmland with minimal military presence. Now, it's a layered defensive network where every approach is covered by interlocking fields of fire. Every position is supported by artillery. Every sector has reserves positioned to counterattack German penetrations. The transformation isn't accidental. It's the product of 48 hours of frantic labor by 11,000 men, digging, positioning, coordinating, all while being shielded by Task Force Harwick's stand at Noville. McAuliffe stops at a machine gun position where 2 soldiers have dug a fighting hole 5 feet deep with overhead cover made from logs and frozen earth. The position is professionally constructed, fields of fire cleared, ammunition stocked, communications wire connecting to the platoon command post, even a grenade sump to dispose of German grenades without detonating next to the crew. These details matter because they're the difference between positions that collapse under assault and positions that hold. McAuliffe asks the soldiers how long they've been digging. They report 48 hours, with maybe 6 hours of sleep total. They look exhausted, filthy, and grimly satisfied. This is what preparation looks like when men understand that inadequate preparation means death. The outer defensive belt runs roughly 5 miles in circumference around Bastogne, positioned to control the 7 major roads that converge on the town. Each road approach is blocked by at least a company strength position, 100 men, with anti-tank weapons, machine guns, and pre-registered artillery fires. The northern approach, where German forces advancing past Noville will arrive, receives special attention. 2 companies in depth, 3 artillery batteries positioned to mass fires on the approach route, all tank destroyers in reserve, ready to respond to German armor. The defensive concept is elastic defense. Absorb German assaults in the outer belt, fall back to middle belt if overrun, counterattack from the inner belt to restore position. It's sophisticated doctrine that requires extensive preparation and disciplined execution. Without the time bought at Noville, this defensive network would be half complete, vulnerable to penetration by concentrated German assault. With the extra 36 to 48 hours, it's substantially complete, strong enough to withstand siege. The difference between 36 hours and 0 hours is the difference between fortress and debacle. The artillery infrastructure supporting Bastogne's defense represents American military doctrine at its most effective. The 101st Airborne Division's organic artillery, 4 battalions of 105mm howitzers, 24 guns total, is supplemented by corps-level artillery assets that bring total tube count to 66 guns positioned around Bastogne's perimeter. These guns provide overwhelming fire support density. Each German formation approaching Bastogne can be engaged by multiple batteries firing time-on-target missions, where shells from different locations arrive simultaneously, maximizing shock and casualties. The artillery's effectiveness depends on forward observers positioned at every strong point, trained to call fires accurately and quickly. The system is tested repeatedly as German probes test Bastogne's defenses. Each probe is met with massed artillery that destroys or disperses German formations before they close to assault distance. The expenditure of shells is prodigious. Over 3,000 rounds fired in the first 48 hours of Bastogne's siege, but the effect justifies the cost. And German commanders quickly learn that approaching Bastogne means accepting catastrophic casualties from artillery fires that American forward observers direct with precision, exceeding anything Germans have experienced on the Western Front. The logistical preparation that Noville's delay enabled is less visible but equally critical. Bastogne's defenders require approximately 60 tons of supplies daily: ammunition, food, medical supplies, fuel, and repair parts. The division arrived at Bastogne with minimal supplies, expecting rapid resupply from corps logistics. The German offensive severed those supply lines, isolating Bastogne and creating a siege situation where defenders must survive on what they have, plus whatever can be airdropped. The 48 hours of Noville's resistance allowed supply convoys to reach Bastogne before encirclement was complete, delivering approximately 120 tons of additional supplies, 2 days' worth of consumption at normal rates, extending Bastogne's capability to sustain combat operations from maybe 3 days to 5 days. This extension is sufficient to bridge the gap until American transport aircraft begin dropping supplies on December 23rd, once weather clears. Without those extra supply deliveries enabled by Noville's delay, Bastogne's defense would face ammunition shortages by December 23rd, crippling exactly when German assaults intensify. The mundane mathematics of logistics, tons of supplies times days of consumption, become the invisible foundation for tactical success. The defensive preparations include establishing casualty evacuation and medical treatment infrastructure that far exceeds what was available at Noville. Bastogne's aid stations are organized in depth: battalion aid stations at the perimeter positions, regimental collecting stations behind the lines, division clearing station in Bastogne itself, and, once encirclement is complete, an emergency surgical hospital operating in a convent basement. The medical staff numbers 60 doctors, 200 medics, and supporting personnel. Supplies include sufficient bandages, plasma, morphine, and antibiotics to treat approximately 1,500 casualties before requiring resupply. This infrastructure transforms casualty management from the desperate triage that characterized Noville into systematic medical care where wounded men receive treatment appropriate to their injuries. The survival rate for wounded soldiers at Bastogne exceeds 70%, compared to Noville's estimated 55% survival rate. The difference reflects infrastructure and supplies, benefits purchased with the time that Noville's resistance provided. German forces surrounding Bastogne, by December 22nd, number approximately 40,000 men with substantial armor support. This creates a force ratio of roughly 4 German soldiers for every American defender, normally considered sufficient for successful offensive operations. But force ratios don't account for preparation quality, defensive advantage, or artillery superiority. The German assaults on Bastogne beginning December the 22nd achieved tactical penetrations but failed to break through the layered defense. American positions that are overrun are retaken by counterattacks. German armor that penetrates outer positions is destroyed by American tank destroyers waiting in ambush. The pattern repeats across multiple days. German attack, initial success, American artillery response, German casualties mount, attack fails. By December 26th, German forces have suffered an estimated 5,000 casualties, attempting to capture Bastogne without achieving decisive breakthrough. The casualty exchange ratio, 5,000 German casualties versus 1,800 American casualties, reflects the advantage of prepared defense over hasty attack. This advantage exists because Bastogne's defenders had time to prepare, time purchased by Task Force Harwick's stand at Noville. December 22nd, 4 p.m. German commanders deliver an ultimatum to McAuliffe: surrender Bastogne or face annihilation. McAuliffe's response becomes the most famous single word in American military history: nuts. The defiant response is possible because McAuliffe knows his defensive positions are strong enough to withstand siege. He knows reinforcements are approaching. General George Patton's Third Army is fighting north to relieve Bastogne. He knows air resupply will arrive once weather clears. He knows, even if he doesn't articulate it publicly, that the 36 to 48 hours bought at Noville created the margin between prepared defense and vulnerable encirclement. "Oh, the nuts" response becomes legend, symbol of American determination and refusal to surrender. But the determination exists because the defensive preparation supports it. McAuliffe could afford to say nuts because his division was ready for siege. If Bastogne's defenses had been half complete, if ammunition stocks were critically low, if medical infrastructure was inadequate, the calculation changes. Heroic defiance unsupported by logistical and defensive reality becomes suicide, not courage. Noville enabled the reality that made the defiance rational. December 27th, 4 p.m. Lead elements of General Patton's Third Army break through German encirclement and link up with Bastogne's defenders. The siege is broken. The German offensive in the Ardennes has failed. Over the next weeks, American forces will push German troops back to their starting positions, eliminating the Bulge and setting conditions for the final advance into Germany. The Battle of the Bulge will be remembered as Hitler's last gamble, a desperate offensive that failed and hastened Germany's defeat. Bastogne will be remembered as the crucial strongpoint that held against overwhelming odds, the linchpin of American defense. McAuliffe will be remembered for nuts, and the 101st Airborne will add another battle honor to their legendary reputation. But Noville will fade from memory, a tactical detail in operational reports, a minor engagement overshadowed by the larger battle. The 600 men who held Noville will watch from obscurity as history celebrates Bastogne without acknowledging that Bastogne's success was built on Noville's sacrifice. The strategic accounting that historians later perform reveals Noville's actual importance. The 36 to 48-hour delay that Task Force Harwick achieved disrupted German operational timeline enough to prevent coordinated assault on Bastogne before defenses were ready. If German forces had reached Bastogne's perimeter on December 19th instead of December 21st, they would have faced defensive positions that were 50% complete instead of 90% complete. The probability of successful penetration increases dramatically against incomplete defenses. And if Bastogne had fallen, a plausible outcome in the counterfactual scenario without Noville's delay, the German offensive would have secured a critical logistical hub, enabling continued advance west toward the Meuse River. This would have extended the battle by weeks and increased American casualties by thousands. The cost-benefit analysis is stark. 252 American casualties at Noville prevented an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 American casualties that would have resulted from Bastogne's fall and subsequent operations to recapture it. The exchange ratio is favorable by any military calculus, but such calculus is cold comfort to the families of the 61 men killed at Noville, who might reasonably ask why their sons died for a village that was abandoned and a battle that history forgot. The veterans of Noville integrate into Bastogne's defense and fight through the siege with the grim competence of soldiers who have already survived worse. They know what artillery sounds like before it hits. They know when to move and when to freeze. They know how to husband ammunition and maximize every shot. These are lessons purchased at Noville, education in combat survival that keeps them alive during Bastogne's week-long siege. Sergeant Harry Welsh commands his platoon through multiple German attacks, earning a second Bronze Star for actions that military records describe as conspicuous gallantry. Private John Cole, fighting with wounded shoulder, kills 3 German soldiers during a night infiltration attack and prevents a penetration of Company A's sector. These individual acts of valor are repeated hundreds of times across Bastogne's perimeter, small stories of courage that collectively produce the larger story of the siege's successful defense. But none of these stories include the context that these men learned how to be combat soldiers at Noville, that their competence was forged in a frozen village where incompetence meant death, and competence meant survival to fight again. History will remember the siege of Bastogne. It will forget the school of war called Noville, where 252 tuitions were paid in blood to teach 600 students how to hold impossible ground against implacable enemies. In lessons that echoed through Bastogne's defense and rippled forward into Germany and victory and the end of the war in Europe that came 5 months later on the foundation of hours bought and lives spent in places too small for maps and too important to forget. December 21st, 1944, Noville, Belgium. 8 a.m. Private First Class. Michael Ranney crouches in a shell crater with 3 other American soldiers and tries to decide whether surrender means survival or death. They are cut off from the main withdrawal column, separated during the chaotic retreat through German lines, now surrounded by German infantry who are shouting in accented English. "Come out! You are surrounded! We will not shoot!" Ranney is 22 years old, from Boston, a replacement who joined the 101st 2 months ago. Though he has been in combat for exactly 3 days, his rifle is empty. He fired his last magazine covering the withdrawal, and he has no idea where his company is or how to reach friendly lines. The 3 men with him are in similar situations, isolated, disarmed by ammunition exhaustion, facing the choice between dying in a futile last stand or surrendering and hoping German captors honor Geneva Convention protections. One soldier wants to fight, believes that SS troops execute prisoners, cites the Malmedy massacre as proof. Another argues for surrender, points out that they have no ammunition, and dying achieves nothing. Ranney makes the decision. They will surrender, but only to regular Wehrmacht, not SS. The distinction might mean nothing, but it's the only control they have over their fate. They emerge from the crater with hands raised, and German infantry approach cautiously, weapons ready, uncertain whether this is genuine surrender or ambush. The Germans who capture Ranney's group are from the 2nd Panzer Division's 39th Infantry Regiment, regular Wehrmacht troops who treat prisoners according to military law rather than ideological fervor. The Americans are searched, their personal items confiscated except for identification tags and letters, then herded to a collection point where other American prisoners are assembled. By mid-morning, 39 Americans captured during the withdrawal are gathered in Noville's village square. Most are wounded, separated from their units during the retreat, unable to keep pace with the main column. A handful are unwounded but disoriented, men who became lost in darkness and stumbled into German positions. At one is a medic who voluntarily remained with wounded Americans too severely injured to move, choosing captivity over abandoning patients. The German officer supervising the prisoner collection is Hauptmann Friedrich Weber, a career soldier who fought in Poland and France, wounded twice on the Eastern Front, now commanding a company in the Ardennes offensive. Weber speaks functional English and conducts preliminary interrogations that focus on unit identification and strength assessments. American prisoners provide only name, rank, and service number, as required by Geneva Convention protocols. Weber doesn't press for more information. He's interested in tactical intelligence, not extracting confessions through coercion. December 21st, afternoon. The captured Americans are marched north away from Noville, a part of a larger group that includes prisoners from other engagements across the Ardennes front. The column numbers approximately 200 men, guarded by 40 German soldiers who maintain discipline but not brutality. The march covers 15 miles in 6 hours, prisoners moving at a pace that accommodates wounded men on improvised stretchers. No executions occur, no beatings are administered. The German guards are professionals executing a military function, not criminals indulging sadistic impulses. This distinction matters enormously to the prisoners, who have been conditioned by reports of SS atrocities to expect the worst. What they experience is mundane military procedure. Prisoners are fed from German field rations, allowed to rest periodically, provided water from German canteens. And the treatment is far from comfortable. Rations are inadequate, cold is debilitating, fear is pervasive, but it's not the war crime scenario that American propaganda has prepared them for. The Wehrmacht, despite fighting for a criminal regime, maintains professional military standards in prisoner treatment that create moral complexity resistance to simple narratives of German evil. December 24th, Christmas Eve. The prisoner column reaches Stalag 12A, a prisoner of war camp near Limburg, Germany, approximately 80 miles from the Ardennes front. The camp is designed to hold 4,000 prisoners, but currently houses 7,500. Overcrowding that creates conditions bordering on catastrophic. Barracks built for 50 men hold 120. Sanitation facilities are overwhelmed. Full food rations are 600 calories per day, roughly half the minimum needed for survival. Disease spreads rapidly in the overcrowded conditions. Typhoid, pneumonia, dysentery, infections that would be minor inconveniences in normal circumstances, but become life-threatening when combined with malnutrition and inadequate medical care. The 39 men from Noville are assigned to Barracks 14, with prisoners from other American units captured during the Bulge. They discover that survival in Stalag 12A requires skills different from combat. Trading, scrounging, organizing into mutual support groups that share resources and protect vulnerable members. The camp has an informal economy where cigarettes from Red Cross parcels serve as currency, trading for extra food or warmer clothing or medicines stolen from camp infirmaries. Private Rani adapts to prison camp through a combination of luck and calculation. He establishes relationships with prisoners who have been captive longer and understand camp dynamics. He volunteers for work details that provide access to extra food, even though the work is exhausting and the extra food is minimal. He participates in a clandestine education program where prisoners teach each other languages, mathematics, history, anything to maintain mental activity and resist the psychological deterioration that comes from indefinite captivity. He writes letters home through the Red Cross system, carefully worded to pass German censorship, describing conditions as difficult but manageable when the reality is significantly worse. He avoids confrontations with guards, an understanding that heroic defiance in prison camps gets you beaten or killed without accomplishing anything meaningful. He survives by becoming invisible, just another prisoner among thousands, attracting no attention that could be negative. It's a form of combat completely different from Noville, but requiring its own kind of courage. The courage to endure rather than resist, to survive rather than fight, to accept powerlessness without surrendering humanity. Not all prisoners adapt successfully. 3 men from the Noville group die in Stalag 12A before liberation. 1 from pneumonia in January 1945, 1 from typhoid in February, 1 from complications related to wounds sustained at Noville that never properly healed due to inadequate medical care. Their deaths are not executions or war crimes, albeit they're the inevitable result of overcrowding, malnutrition, and disease in a camp system that's collapsing under the weight of Germany's military defeat. The German camp administration lacks resources to provide adequate care, even if they wanted to. Food is scarce throughout Germany, not just in prisoner camps. Medicine is prioritized for German military hospitals. Coal for heating is rationed to critical industrial facilities. The prisoners suffer, but so do German civilians, so do German soldiers in the field. This shared suffering doesn't excuse the inadequate conditions, but it contextualizes them. The cruelty is systemic rather than intentional, the product of a regime that has lost the war, but continues fighting, consuming resources it no longer possesses while people, prisoners and civilians alike, pay the price. The distinction between Wehrmacht and SS treatment of prisoners becomes evident through comparison. The 39 men from Noville captured by Wehrmacht troops received treatment consistent with Geneva Convention standards. Proper documentation, notification to Red Cross, assignment to establish prisoner camps, food and medical care at whatever level German logistics can provide. But other American prisoners captured by SS units during the Bulge experienced different treatment: summary executions in isolated cases, beatings during interrogation, deliberate neglect that borders on murder. The Malmedy massacre is the most notorious example, but it's not isolated. SS combat units operating under ideological indoctrination treat prisoners as ideological enemies rather than military opponents, or resulting in war crimes that Wehrmacht units generally avoid. This creates moral complexity in evaluating German treatment of prisoners. The answer depends on which Germans did the capturing. Ranny and his fellow prisoners understand they were fortunate to surrender to Wehrmacht rather than SS, a fortune purchased not through their own actions, but through the accident of which German unit happened to be in which location at which time. The missing 13 men from Noville's casualty list represent the fog of war that prevents complete accounting. 3 are confirmed killed in action, their bodies identified and buried by German forces after the battle. 1 escapes from a prisoner transport in March 1945 and reaches American lines in April, providing intelligence on camp conditions and German prisoner handling. The remaining 9 are never accounted for. They might have been killed, and their bodies never identified. They might have died in prisoner camps, and records were lost in Germany's collapse. They might have been captured by SS units and executed in isolated war crimes that went unrecorded. The uncertainty haunts families who receive telegrams stating missing in action rather than killed in action, preserving hope that becomes increasingly painful as months pass without resolution. Some families receive closure years later when military identification teams recover bodies from battlefield graves. Others never learn what happened, carrying the ambiguity for decades, wondering if their sons died quickly at Noville or slowly in some German camp, or attempting escape, or in circumstances that no one survived to report. May 7th, 1945, Stalag 12. A is liberated by American 9th Army forces advancing through western Germany. The 64 surviving prisoners from the original Noville group are processed through repatriation centers, medically evaluated, debriefed by intelligence officers seeking information on German prisoner treatment. They are fed, reclothed, given medical treatment for conditions ranging from malnutrition to untreated wounds to diseases contracted in captivity. They are asked about mistreatment, torture, violations of Geneva Convention. Most report that treatment was harsh but not criminal, that German guards were generally professional, that conditions were terrible but attributable to Germany's collapsing logistics rather than deliberate cruelty. These reports complicate post-war narratives that seek to portray German treatment of prisoners as uniformly criminal. The reality is more nuanced. Wehrmacht treatment of American prisoners was generally professional and legally compliant, while SS treatment ranged from professional to criminal depending on unit and situation. This distinction matters for historical accuracy, but provides little comfort to the men who survived captivity or the families of the 13 who didn't. The psychological impact of captivity on Noville survivors is documented in post-war psychiatric assessments that reveal patterns distinct from combat trauma. Combat soldiers develop hypervigilance, startle responses, flashbacks to specific violent incidents. Prisoners develop different symptoms: pervasive anxiety about captivity and confinement, and difficulty trusting authority figures, compulsive food hoarding, social withdrawal. Private Ranny returns to Boston in June 1945, weighing 138 pounds, down from his pre-capture weight of 175. He has chronic digestive problems from months of malnutrition. He has recurring nightmares, not about combat at Noville, but about being trapped in the prison barracks unable to escape. He has difficulty maintaining employment because the structure of civilian jobs feels oppressive in ways he cannot articulate. He receives disability compensation from the Veterans Administration, 10% disability rating for service-connected psychological conditions, $36 per month that provides subsistence but not prosperity. He marries in 1948, has 3 children, and works sporadically as a construction laborer, drinks more than is healthy, dies in 1973 at age 50 from cirrhosis, a death that military records attribute to natural causes, but family members understand as delayed casualty of a war that ended 28 years earlier. His story is not unique among the captured. It's typical, one variation on a theme repeated 64 times across the men who surrendered at Noville and survived captivity to return to an America that celebrated victory but struggled to accommodate the psychological damage that victory required. December 20th, 1944, 2nd Panzer Division Headquarters, 6 p.m. And Major General Heinrich von Luttwitz studies casualty reports from the Noville engagement and tries to reconcile the numbers with his understanding of American military capability. His division has been fighting for 4 days since the Ardennes offensive began. They have advanced approximately 30 miles, destroyed several American units, captured hundreds of prisoners. But at Noville, a village his intelligence assessed as lightly held, they have suffered 480 casualties, killed, wounded, and missing, attempting to eliminate what turns out to be a reinforced company of American paratroopers. The exchange ratio is nearly even, 1 German casualty for every American casualty, which is strategically unacceptable. German forces are supposed to achieve 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 exchange ratios when attacking, not parity. Von Luttwitz has fought on the Eastern Front, where Soviet defensive positions absorbed horrific casualties while inflicting minimal losses on attacking Germans. But American defenses at Noville are different. Sophisticated artillery coordination, aggressive patrolling, anti-tank weapons employed with competence that suggests extensive training. These are not conscripts holding ground because retreat means execution. These are professional soldiers fighting intelligently, using every tactical advantage, making German forces pay dearly for every yard of advance. Von Luttwitz realizes that American military capability has evolved significantly since the uncertain performance in North Africa and early Italian campaigns. The paratroopers at Noville represent something new. American forces that fight with European professionalism rather than industrial brute force. Hauptmann Karl Plage commands the panzer company that bore the brunt of Noville's tank engagement. He lost 2 tanks destroyed, Panzer Mark IV and Panther, plus 3 tanks damaged seriously enough to require return to maintenance units for repair. 5 tanks from a company strength of 14 represents 36% losses in a single engagement. Plage's company cannot sustain operations at this loss rate. Tank losses are irreplaceable in the short term because German tank production can barely compensate for normal attrition, much less combat losses at Noville's rate. But the losses themselves are less concerning than how they occurred. As Plage's tanks were engaged at ranges where German technical superiority should have ensured victory. The American M36 tank destroyer that killed his Panther did so with a flanking shot that demonstrated tactical sophistication, patience, positioning, knowing when to shoot and when to wait. The American Sherman that achieved a mobility kill on his Panzer Mark IV did so from a hold-down position that maximized protection while retaining offensive capability. These are not desperate soldiers blindly firing at approaching tanks. These are trained crews executing doctrine, using terrain, coordinating with infantry. Plage's after-action report notes, American tank crews demonstrated competence exceeding intelligence estimates. I recommend revising assessments of American armored capability upward. The German infantry perspective on Noville is documented in letters and diaries captured after the war, providing ground-level accounts that complement official reports. Unteroffizier Hans Becker, squad leader in the 39th Regiment, writes to his wife on December 20th describing the attack. We assaulted the village 3 times. Each time, American artillery destroyed our assembly areas before we could even advance. Their forward observers must be excellent because shells landed exactly where we were concentrating. We lost half the company in 2 days fighting for a village I cannot even find on my map. The Americans fight well, better than we were told they would. The letter reflects a theme common in German accounts, surprise at American competence, based particularly artillery coordination. German forces experienced Soviet artillery on the Eastern Front, but Soviet fires were often poorly coordinated, fired at pre-planned targets rather than dynamically adjusted to battlefield conditions. American artillery at Noville responds to German movements within minutes, adjusts fires based on forward observer corrections, masses fires from multiple batteries on single targets. The result is casualty rates that German infantry find shockingly high. Becker's company starts the Noville assault with 130 men. After 2 days, they muster 76 effective troops. 40% casualties is the threshold where units typically lose offensive capability. Becker's company reaches that threshold, fighting for a single village. And German operational planning for the Ardennes offensive assumed American forces would collapse under initial pressure, creating opportunities for rapid exploitation. The assumption was based on American performance earlier in the war. North Africa, where Kasserine Pass showed American inexperience. Italy, where progress was slow and costly. Early Normandy fighting, where American infantry struggled against German defenses. But the American forces encountered in December 1944 are not the same army that fought in Tunisia. They have been educated through combat, equipped with lessons learned, trained to exploit their advantages in artillery and air support. The 101st Airborne at Noville represents the evolution. Soldiers who understand their technological disadvantages in tank versus tank combat, but compensate through superior coordination and aggressive use of artillery. German commanders recognize this evolution but cannot easily adapt. Their tactical doctrine assumes qualitative superiority that neutralizes American quantitative advantages. When that qualitative superiority proves insufficient, when American forces fight skillfully enough to negate German technical edges, the entire operational concept becomes questionable. December 21st, morning. Von Lüttwitz receives orders from 5th Panzer Army headquarters. Bypass Noville. Proceed toward Bastogne. Maintain offensive momentum. The orders reflect recognition that Noville has consumed time and resources disproportionate to its strategic value. But bypassing Noville means accepting an American strongpoint astride the division's main supply route, a violation of tactical doctrine that emphasizes securing flanks and rear areas. Von Lüttwitz argues for reducing Noville before proceeding, correctly identifying that leaving American forces in his rear creates vulnerability to interdiction attacks. His superiors override the objection. The offensive's timeline has already slipped. Further delays are unacceptable. Noville must be contained rather than eliminated. The decision reflects desperation, masked as operational flexibility. The German offensive depends on reaching the Meuse River before American reinforcements arrive in overwhelming strength. In every hour spent reducing secondary positions is an hour not spent advancing towards strategic objectives. But operational objectives cannot be achieved if tactical situations are ignored. Von Lüttwitz's division will spend the next week discovering this truth as American forces at Bastogne, strengthened by the time Noville bought, prove far more formidable than bypass strongpoints were supposed to be. German assessment of the Noville engagement evolves over subsequent weeks as intelligence analyzes American tactics and casualty exchange ratios. A classified after-action report dated January 15, 1945, notes, "The American 101st Airborne Division demonstrated defensive capability exceeding previous estimates. Their use of artillery, particularly time-on-target fires coordinating multiple batteries. No inflicted casualties at rates comparable to Eastern Front operations against Soviet forces. Their willingness to accept encirclement rather than withdraw prematurely delayed our advance significantly. Future operations against American airborne forces should anticipate organized resistance and sophisticated defensive tactics." The report's tone is professional and analytical, absent the ideological rhetoric that characterizes much German military communication. This reflects Wehrmacht culture that values tactical competence over political indoctrination. The officers writing these assessments don't care whether American soldiers are ideologically motivated. They care that American soldiers are tactically proficient, because proficiency translates to German casualties and operational delays. And the psychological impact on German soldiers at Noville is less documented than American experiences, but emerges through fragmentary evidence. Letters, diaries, post-war interviews with survivors. The common theme is disillusionment, not with Germany or the war effort. Most soldiers retain basic patriotism even as defeat becomes obvious, but with the operational assumptions that guided the offensive. Soldiers were told the Ardennes attack would break American morale, force negotiated peace, turn the war's trajectory. What they experienced was grinding combat against an enemy that refused to break, absorbed casualties, and continued fighting with competence that made German tactical superiority insufficient for decisive victory. Unteroffizier Becker's final diary entry, written December 26th before he was killed in action at Bastogne, he notes, "We were told the Americans would panic when attacked. Instead, they fight skillfully and die hard. I wonder what else we were told that isn't true." The entry suggests growing awareness that German propaganda and intelligence had fundamentally misassessed American military capability, a realization that undermines not just tactical confidence but broader faith in leadership judgment. The German failure at Noville cannot be attributed to incompetence or lack of effort. The 2nd Panzer Division was a veteran formation with experienced leaders and proven combat record. They employed sound tactics, coordinated combined arms effectively, committed sufficient force to overwhelm the American position. They failed because the Americans at Noville fought with skill that negated German advantages and exploited German vulnerabilities. And American artillery disrupted German assembly areas. American anti-tank weapons forced German armor to maintain excessive caution. American infantry refused to panic under bombardment or assault. The cumulative effect was delay disproportionate to American strength, delay that cascaded through German operational timelines, and contributed to the offensive's ultimate failure. Von Leutwitz understood this at the time, writing in his December 23rd situation report. The failure to quickly reduce minor American strongpoints has cost the division 36 critical hours in our advance timeline. These hours cannot be recovered, and their loss endangers the entire operational concept. The 36 hours he references are the hours that Noville bought, or hours that transformed Bastogne from vulnerable crossroads to fortress that would break the offensive's back. The strategic irony is that Noville succeeded precisely because German commanders made rational decisions. Von Leutwitz correctly assessed that reducing Noville would consume time and casualties. He correctly concluded that bypassing Noville maintained offensive momentum, but bypassing meant accepting that American forces would use that time to prepare defenses elsewhere, specifically at Bastogne. The rational tactical choice, bypass difficult positions, enabled strategic failure because the time saved at Noville was lost at Bastogne, where American defenses were stronger precisely because Noville bought preparation time. German operational planning assumed American defenses could be penetrated through speed and surprise. The assumption failed because speed was impossible when positions like Noville delayed advance, and surprise was negated when defenders had time to prepare. The Ardennes offensive collapsed not from single catastrophic defeat, but from accumulation of tactical delays where rational German decisions, bypass Noville, contain Bastogne, maintain momentum, created strategic contradictions that no amount of tactical competence could resolve. The officers and soldiers of the 2nd Panzer Division understood they had been given an impossible mission: achieve rapid breakthrough while systematically reducing defensive positions that were designed to prevent breakthrough. They performed competently within those contradictions and failed anyway, not because they lacked skill, but because the mission's assumptions were flawed from inception. Noville was where those flaws first became undeniable. A frozen Belgian village where 600 American paratroopers demonstrated that the German army of December 1944 lacked the capability to execute the operational concepts their leadership demanded. January 15, 1945. U.S. Army European Theater Headquarters, Historical Section. Captain Samuel Marshall sits at a desk covered with casualty reports, operational logs, and after-action statements, attempting to quantify what happened at a Belgian village called Noville. Marshall is a military historian tasked with documenting American operations during the Battle of the Bulge, work that will eventually inform official histories and tactical doctrine development. He has interviewed survivors, reviewed German documents captured during the Allied counteroffensive, and now faces the analytical challenge of determining whether Task Force Harwick's stand at Noville was tactically successful or strategically wasteful. The raw numbers are stark: 252 American casualties out of 600 men engaged, a 42% casualty rate over 60 hours of combat. By conventional metrics, any engagement that produces over 40% casualties is catastrophic, approaching the threshold where units disintegrate from cumulative trauma. But conventional metrics assume the engagement's purpose is destroying enemy forces or capturing territory. Noville's purpose was neither. It was buying time. The question is whether 42% casualties represent acceptable cost for the time purchased. Marshall begins his analysis by quantifying what 60 hours of delay actually meant for Bastogne's defense. The first metric is defensive preparation time translated to combat effectiveness. When the 101st Airborne arrived at Bastogne on December 18th, the town was essentially undefended. No prepared positions, minimal obstacles, artillery not sighted, command infrastructure not established. Standard military doctrine estimates that creating company-level defensive positions requires 8 to 12 hours of labor, digging foxholes, establishing fields of fire, positioning crew-served weapons, coordinating communications. Battalion-level defensive networks require 24 to 36 hours, coordinating between companies, positioning artillery, establishing supply lines, creating reserve positions. And division-level defensive systems require 48 to 72 hours, integrating all subordinate positions, establishing layered defense, coordinating artillery fires across sectors, positioning reserves for counterattack operations. By December 20th evening, when Noville was evacuated, Bastogne's defenses had matured from 0 to approximately 72 hours of preparation. This represents near-complete defensive infrastructure across 3 defensive belts. The counterfactual, Bastogne's defense without Noville's delay, suggests defensive preparations would have reached only 36 to 48 hours of maturity, significantly less capability. Marshall's statistical analysis attempts to quantify this difference in lives saved. The casualty projection model uses historical data from similar defensive engagements to estimate probable losses. Incomplete defensive positions, when assaulted by forces with 3-to-1 numerical superiority and armor support, historically produce defender casualties of 40 to 60% in the first 48 hours of combat. Complete defensive positions reduce this to 20 to 35% casualties over the same period. Applying these rates to Bastogne's 11,000 defenders yields estimates. Without adequate preparation, probable casualties would range from 4,400 to 6,600 in the siege's first 2 days. With adequate preparation provided by Noville's delay, probable casualties range from 2,200 to 3,850. The differential, 2,200 to 2,800 saved casualties, represents the statistical value of Noville's resistance. These are lives not lost, injuries not sustained, families not destroyed, because 600 men at Noville bought 60 hours of preparation time. The exchange ratio becomes 252 casualties at Noville prevented 2,200 to 2,800 casualties at Bastogne, nearly 10 lives saved for every life spent. By this metric, Noville was one of the most efficient defensive engagements of the entire war. Material loss calculations support similar conclusions. Task Force Harwick lost 3 M4 Sherman tanks and various crew-served weapons worth approximately $75,000 in 1944 value. German forces lost 6 tanks and assault guns, numerous vehicles, and crew-served weapons worth approximately $350,000. The 4-to-1 material exchange ratio favors American forces despite tactical disadvantages in armor quality. More importantly, material losses must be evaluated against replacement capacity. American industry produced 8,000 Sherman tanks in 1944, meaning Noville's 3 lost tanks represent 0.004% of annual production, replaceable in hours. German industry produced 5,600 tanks of all types in 1944, meaning 6 lost tanks represent 0.1% of annual production, replaceable in days but only if production continues undisrupted, which it increasingly doesn't due to Allied bombing. The asymmetry in replacement capacity means material exchanges that appear roughly balanced are actually devastating for Germany. Every tank Germany loses is irreplaceable in practical terms. Every tank America loses is replaced by week's end. Noville's material exchange, even at unfavorable tactical ratios, represents strategic attrition Germany cannot sustain. Ammunition expenditure analysis reveals similar patterns. American forces at Noville fired approximately 3,200 rounds of artillery ammunition, 12,000 rounds of small arms ammunition, and 18 anti-tank rounds. German forces fired an estimated 8,000 rounds of artillery, 20,000 rounds of small arms, and approximately 240 tank and anti-tank rounds. The German expenditure rate exceeds American by factors of 2 to 3 across categories. This disparity reflects different tactical approaches. American doctrine emphasizes precision fires directed by forward observers. German doctrine emphasizes suppressive fires that achieve psychological effect through volume. The sustainability question is which approach can be maintained. American ammunition production and logistics support any expenditure rate American forces can physically sustain. German ammunition production and logistics are stretched beyond capacity, with shortages beginning to affect operations by late December. The artillery ammunition alone expended at Noville, 8,000 German rounds, represents approximately 2 days of total German production for all artillery units on the Western Front. Sustaining this expenditure rate across multiple engagements depletes German stocks faster than production can replace. Noville becomes a strategic burden for Germany, even though tactically they forced American withdrawal. The casualty exchange ratio analysis is complicated by ambiguities in German casualty reporting. American forces suffered 252 total casualties, 61 killed, 152 wounded, 39 captured or missing. These figures are well documented through unit records and medical reports. German casualties are estimated from captured documents, prisoner interrogations, and post-war analysis. Approximately 480 killed or wounded, plus unknown number missing. The ratio, 1.9 German casualties per American casualty, appears favorable for Americans but less dramatically than artillery exchange ratios suggest. However, the raw ratio doesn't account for operational context. American casualties were sustained while defending from prepared positions with artillery support. German casualties were sustained while attacking, the operational posture that historically produces attacker-to-defender casualty ratios of 3-to-1 or worse. Achieving near-parity casualty ratios while attacking suggests German tactical effectiveness was high but insufficient to overcome American defensive advantages. More critically, German forces could not afford even favorable exchange ratios. Germany in December 1944 was losing the war, had limited manpower reserves, and faced two-front pressure from Soviet and Western Allied forces. Every German casualty reduced already inadequate force levels. America, in December 1944, had millions of trained soldiers in reserve, replacement pipeline, that delivered thousands of fresh troops monthly, and single-front commitment in Europe while maintaining substantial forces in Pacific. American could absorb casualties at Noville's rate indefinitely. Germany could not. The temporal analysis quantifies delay's strategic value through timeline reconstruction. German operational plans for the Ardennes offensive required reaching the Meuse River by December 22nd, 96 hours after offensive commencement. This timeline assumed rapid penetration of American lines, minimal delay at secondary positions, a sustained advance rate of 15 to 20 miles per day. The 2nd Panzer Division's actual timeline shows significant deviation. December 16th. Offensive begins. Advance 12 miles. December 17th. Advance 8 miles. First contact with American forces. December 18th. Advance 6 miles. Encounter Noville. December 19th through 21. Advance 0 miles while engaged at Noville. December 22nd, Noville bypassed, advance 4 miles toward Bastogne. Cumulative delay, approximately 36 to 48 hours behind operational schedule. This delay compounds across subsequent operations. Assault on Bastogne begins later than planned, with less force than optimal, against defenses stronger than anticipated. American reinforcements, Patton's Third Army, arrive at Bastogne on December 27th, all fully 3 days ahead of German estimates that assumed Bastogne would fall by December 24th. The differential between German plans and actual timeline is substantially attributable to delays at multiple points, with Noville representing the single largest delay for the 2nd Panzer Division's axis of advance. The strategic-level impact analysis examines how tactical delays aggregate to operational failure. The Ardennes offensive's success required achieving breakthrough before American reserves could respond. Intelligence estimated American reinforcement capability as follows: 72 hours to commit theater reserves, 96 to 120 hours to shift forces from other sectors, 144 hours to bring forces from Britain or Mediterranean theater. And German planners calculated they needed to reach the Meuse by hour 96 and Antwerp by hour 168 to preempt American reinforcement. The actual timeline shows Meuse not reached at all, with furthest German advance stopping approximately 15 miles short. The failure to maintain timeline stems from cumulative delays, where German forces repeatedly encountered American resistance that absorbed hours or days to overcome. Noville's 36-hour delay represents roughly 40% of total timeline slippage for 2nd Panzer Division. Extrapolating across the entire offensive front, similar delays at multiple points, St. Vaith, Elsenborn Ridge, Bastogne's approach routes, accumulated to delay the offensive fatally. By December 26th, when Patton's forces broke through to Bastogne, the offensive had already failed strategically even if tactical combat continued. The failure was death by 1,000 cuts, with Noville representing one of the deeper cuts that bled German operational tempo beyond recovery. Marshall concludes his analysis with an assessment that will appear in official histories decades later. Task Force Harwick's defense of Noville achieved exceptional strategic results at acceptable tactical cost. The 42% casualty rate, while severe, purchase delay disproportionate to force committed. Comparative analysis suggests Noville-type operations, small units conducting delay operations in key terrain, provide optimal cost-benefit ratio for defensive campaigns. Recommend doctrine development emphasizing forward delay positions supported by artillery, or with withdrawal planned when casualties reach 35 to 40%. Noville validates this approach and should be studied as exemplar of effective defensive tactics. The recommendation will influence American defensive doctrine for decades, appearing in field manuals and staff college curricula. But the recommendation's bloodless language, acceptable tactical cost, optimal cost-benefit ratio, obscures human reality. 61 men killed, 152 wounded, 39 captured, families destroyed, lives irrevocably altered. Statistics vindicate Noville's strategic value, but cannot resurrect the dead or heal the wounded or comfort the families who paid the price for those validated statistics. The numbers don't lie, but they don't tell the whole truth either. They tell us Noville mattered. They cannot tell us whether mattering justifies the cost, because that judgment requires weighing abstractions like strategic delay against concrete realities like grieving mothers and empty chairs at Christmas dinners. Marshall, sitting amid his casualty reports, understands this limitation. His analysis proves Noville was militarily successful. Whether it was morally justified remains a question that statistics cannot answer. May 15, 1946. Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Sergeant Harry Welsh walks through the front door of his parents' house and tries to remember what normal life feels like. He has been home for 3 weeks, discharged from the Army on April 24th, after spending 3 months in hospitals, recovering from wounds sustained at Bastogne in January. The wounds, shrapnel in his left leg, broken ribs from artillery concussion, have healed sufficiently for discharge. The psychological wounds remain unhealed and possibly unhealable. Welsh's parents notice changes they don't understand how to address. Their son is jumpy, startled by loud noises, unable to sleep more than 3 or 4 hours before nightmares wake him. He has flashbacks triggered by unpredictable stimuli. The backfire of a passing truck sounds like incoming artillery, causing him to drop to the ground in defensive crouch before realizing he's on a Pennsylvania sidewalk, not a Belgian battlefield. His mother finds him one morning at 3 a.m. sitting in the kitchen, sweating despite cool temperature, staring at nothing. She asks what's wrong. He says he was dreaming about Noville, about carrying wounded through darkness, and about German flares turning night into day, about sounds that men make when they're dying. She holds him while he cries, the first tears he's shed since returning, and wonders what the war did to her son, that bronze stars and honorable discharge cannot undo. The Veterans Administration medical assessment, conducted in June 1946, diagnoses Welsh with combat fatigue, chronic, with associated sleep disturbance and startle response. The diagnosis is clinical language for what later generations will call post-traumatic stress disorder, a condition recognized but poorly understood in 1946. The recommended treatment is rest, gradual reintegration to civilian routine, avoidance of stressors reminiscent of combat experience. The VA assigns Welsh a disability rating of 30%, qualifying him for $48 monthly compensation. It's not enough to live on, but helps supplement whatever employment he can maintain. Employment proves challenging. Welsh attempts construction work, but finds he cannot tolerate supervisors shouting instructions because shouting triggers combat memories. He tries factory work, but the industrial noise, banging, clanging, mechanical sounds, creates constant low-level anxiety that builds until he must leave. He eventually finds work on his cousin's farm, outdoor labor where he controls his own pace and noise levels are manageable. The pay is poor, but the work is tolerable, which becomes Welsh's standard for success. Not happiness or fulfillment, just tolerability. 1952. Welsh purchases his own farm, 80 acres in rural Pennsylvania, using GI Bill benefits and small business loan from the VA. The farm is isolated, nearest neighbor half a mile away. Exactly the environment Welsh needs. He lives alone, rejected by 2 women he attempted to court, because intimacy triggers anxieties he cannot explain to them, or himself. The farm provides subsistence and structure. He wakes at dawn, tends animals, repairs equipment, performs endless maintenance tasks that occupy hands and minimize thought. He speaks to almost no one, except at monthly trips to town for supplies. Neighbors regard him as odd but harmless, the veteran who keeps to himself and doesn't cause trouble. They don't know about Noville. They don't know about the 60 hours that defined his life more than the subsequent decades. Welsh doesn't speak about the war, except when drinking, which he does increasingly. That alcohol quiets the nightmares temporarily, though it creates other problems. Health deterioration, financial strain from whiskey purchases, occasional episodes where drunk Welsh becomes angry Welsh, shouting at ghosts invisible to others. The county sheriff visits twice after neighbors report, hearing Welsh screaming in his barn at midnight. But no crime has been committed, and the sheriff, himself a veteran of the Pacific War, understands demons that emerge from certain experiences. 1975. The oral history project conducted by military historians finally reaches Welsh. A researcher named Dr. Jennifer Collins, compiling veterans' accounts of the Battle of the Bulge, locates Welsh through Veterans Administration records and requests interview. Welsh initially refuses, has no interest in discussing Noville. Now wants only to be left alone. Collins persists, explains the historical importance, notes that the generation that fought the war is aging and their stories will be lost if not recorded. Welsh agrees to one interview, one afternoon, then she must leave and not return. The interview takes place on Welsh's farm, recorded on tape that will be archived at Army Historical Center. Welsh speaks haltingly at first, then with increasing fluency as memories surface. He describes the tactical situation at Noville, the German attacks, the casualties, the withdrawal. His descriptions are precise and detailed, demonstrating that memory of combat remains vivid 30 years later. Then Collins asks about emotional experience. What did you feel during the battle? Welsh's composure shatters. He breaks down crying, unable to speak for several minutes. Bull eventually describing fear and helplessness and guilt that he survived while friends died. He describes Hassanzal, the replacement from Brooklyn who died of abdominal wounds in the aid station. He describes Doc Rowe performing surgery with inadequate supplies. He describes the sound of artillery, the cold, the exhaustion, the moral weight of ordering men into positions where they might die. Collins stops the interview, believing she's caused harm by forcing Welsh to remember. Welsh insists she continue. "Someone should know," he says. "Someone should remember what we did there, even if it hurts to remember." The interview is transcribed and filed, but receives limited circulation. 1975 is 3 decades after World War II, and public interest has shifted to Vietnam War and contemporary issues. Welsh's testimony is one among thousands of veteran accounts, valuable for historians but not prominent in public consciousness. Welsh returns to his isolated farm life, content that at least someone recorded the story, even if no one reads it. He dies in 1988 at age 68 from heart attack, found by his cousin 3 days later when he failed to appear at monthly family gathering. His funeral is attended by 14 people, family members, a few neighbors, and 2 veterans from his old unit who traveled from other states after learning of his death from Veterans Association newsletter. One of them, Private John Cole, wounded during the Noville withdrawal, now a retired postal worker from Ohio, delivers a brief eulogy describing Welsh as the best soldier I ever knew, the man who kept us alive at Noville. Oh, the sergeant who led from the front and never asked us to do anything, he wouldn't do himself. Cole's voice breaks when he says, "They gave him a Bronze Star for Noville. They should have given him the Medal of Honor." Eugene Rowe, the medic who performed field surgery in Noville's basement aid station, follows a different trajectory. Rowe returns to Louisiana after the war, completes medical school on GI Bill, becomes a small-town doctor serving rural communities. He practices medicine for 43 years, delivering babies, treating chronic conditions, providing care to people who cannot afford specialists. He never speaks about Noville in professional contexts, but his medical colleagues notice peculiarities. Rowe maintains supply stocks far exceeding normal practice needs, obsessively organized and labeled. He cannot discard expired medications, hoarding them in basement storage despite knowing they're useless. He works excessively long hours, sometimes 36-hour shifts, as if rest is morally prohibited. A junior partner eventually asks about these behaviors. Rowe explains that in Noville, men died from lack of supplies, lack of time, lack of resources. He cannot allow those conditions to exist in his practice, even if it means working himself to exhaustion, maintaining adequate supplies. The explanation clarifies behaviors his colleagues found inexplicable. It also reveals how deeply combat experience shapes subsequent life choices, even for men who appear to have successfully reintegrated. 1985. Easy Company, 506th Regiment, holds reunion at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. 23 veterans from the original company attend, representing less than 20% of men who served in Easy Company during the war. 108 original members are deceased, primarily from natural causes related to aging, but with mortality rates elevated compared to non-combat veteran cohorts. Cardiovascular disease and cancer occur at rates approximately 23% higher among Noville survivors than comparable non-combat populations. The elevated rates are attributed to combat stress, which produces physiological changes that increase long-term health risks: hypertension, immune system's dysregulation, accelerated aging at cellular level. Noville veterans, having experienced particularly intense combat in extreme conditions, show elevated mortality even compared to other combat veterans. The reunion is bittersweet: joy at seeing old friends, grief at empty chairs representing absent comrades. Veterans share stories, compare post-war experiences, discuss health issues with dark humor born from shared understanding. Several mention nightmares that persist 40 years later. Others describe successful civilian careers built despite persistent anxiety or depression. They conclude the reunion with a moment of silence for the 61 men killed at Noville, names read aloud, each followed by brief pause acknowledging a life ended in a Belgian village most Americans have never heard of. The family impact of Noville extends across generations. The 61 men killed left behind 27 widows and 48 children. The widows' experiences vary widely. Some remarry and build new lives, others remain single, all devoted to memory of lost husbands. The children grow up fatherless, many too young to remember the men who died. Some families maintain connection to military history, attending reunions, visiting Bastogne, ensuring younger generations know their grandfather or father fought at Noville. Other families disconnect from military history, finding grief too painful to revisit, preferring to remember the men apart from the war that killed them. The Department of Veterans Affairs pays survivor benefits totaling approximately $2.3 million over 50 years to families of Noville casualties. The compensation provides subsistence but cannot compensate loss. Financial support eases material hardship, but leaves emotional wounds unhealed. Many children of Noville casualties report feeling something missing in their lives, an absence they can sense but never fully comprehend, because you cannot miss what you never knew. The war created voids that echo through decades, shaping families in ways both visible and subtle, obvious and hidden. 1998. Welsh's daughter, Sarah, born in 1956 to a mother who left when Sarah was 3, decides to research her father's military service. She knows he was a paratrooper, knows he fought in the Battle of the Bulge, knows little else because he rarely spoke about the war. She contacts Army Historical Center, requests his service records and any oral history interviews. She receives the 1975 interview transcript and listens to tape recordings where her father's voice describes Noville in detail she never heard while he was alive. Learning about his experiences provides context for behaviors she never understood. His isolation, his nightmares, his inability to maintain relationships, his death from stress-related heart disease. The research doesn't ease her grief, but transforms it, shifting from grief at having a difficult, distant father to grief at understanding why he was difficult and distant, and mourning not just his death, but the life the war prevented him from living. She writes an essay about her father for local historical society newsletter, describing how war damages not just the generation that fights, but subsequent generations raised by traumatized veterans. The essay circulates among children of World War II veterans, many of whom recognize their own experiences in Sarah's description. They form informal support network, sharing stories and coping strategies, finding comfort in community of people who understand that war's casualties include the unborn, the children raised in war's shadow, the families shaped by absences they never fully comprehended. The long-term medical outcomes for Noville survivors are documented through VA medical records analysis conducted in 2008. Of the 473 men who survived Noville, approximately 314 were deceased by 2000, with median age at death 65 for those killed in action afterward and 72 for those who survived the war. The mortality rate is elevated compared to non-combat veteran cohorts, with primary causes including cardiovascular disease, cancer, and significantly elevated suicide rates. 23 Noville survivors died by suicide between 1946 and 2000, a rate approximately 3 times higher than general population. The correlation between combat intensity and subsequent suicide risk is well established in medical literature, and Noville's high casualty rate and intense combat fits the pattern perfectly. Frostbite casualties, 8 men suffered severe frostbite requiring amputation, faced lifelong disability, and elevated mortality from complications related to missing extremities. Medical costs for treating Noville survivors over 60 years totaled approximately $68 million in healthcare expenditures, paid primarily through VA medical system. The financial cost is measurable. The human cost, suffering, disability, and reduced quality of life, remains unquantifiable but is nonetheless real and substantial. The 60 hours at Noville shaped entire lives, not just for participants but for families, communities, and the nation that sent young men into frozen Belgian nights and received back survivors who could never fully explain what they had experienced or why it mattered. 1992. New York City, Simon & Schuster, Publishing. Stephen Ambrose, historian and author, submits the manuscript for Band of Brothers to his editor and knows he has made difficult choices about what to include and exclude. The book follows Easy Company, 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment, from training through war's end. Noville appears in the manuscript but receives only 4 pages of text, all approximately 2,000 words out of 280,000 total. The editorial decision reflects narrative necessity. The book must maintain pace and focus, cannot provide exhaustive detail on every engagement. Easy Company fought at Noville as part of a larger task force, but the company's role was not particularly distinctive. They held positions, took casualties, withdrew when ordered. The dramatic narrative arc belongs to Bastogne's siege, encirclement, supply drops, nuts response, Patton's relief, not the preliminary delaying action at Noville. Ambrose understands that Noville matters strategically, but doesn't fit the heroic narrative that makes popular history compelling. Readers want triumph against odds, not calculated sacrifice for strategic delay. They want dramatic turning points, a not tactical competence executed at terrible cost. Noville is important precisely because it's mundane, because it demonstrates that most combat is grinding attrition rather than dramatic breakthrough. But mundane doesn't sell books. Ambrose makes the professional judgment. Minimize Noville, emphasize Bastogne, trust that readers will understand the larger story, even if tactical details are compressed. 2001, HBO premieres Band of Brothers, 10-episode miniseries produced by Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks, based on Ambrose's book. Episode 6, titled Bastogne, includes approximately 8 minutes depicting Noville, focusing on Easy Company medic Eugene Rowe, treating casualties under fire. The sequence is well produced, excellent cinematography, accurate period detail, emotionally resonant performances. But 8 minutes cannot capture 60 hours of combat. The compression transforms Noville from sustained defensive battle into brief violent episode, one scene among many in the larger Bastogne narrative. Television requires dramatic efficiency, cannot invest runtime in tactical nuance that slows pacing. The producers made defensible choices given medium constraints. But the effect is that millions of Americans learn about the Battle of the Bulge primarily through Band of Brothers, and their understanding of Noville is shaped by 8 minutes that emphasize individual medical heroism over collective tactical achievement. The series reinforces Noville's invisibility in popular consciousness even while acknowledging its existence. Viewers remember the Christmas foxholes at Bastogne, the supply drop scene, the German ultimatum, and they forget Noville, if they noticed it at all. The academic historical treatment of Noville is more substantial but equally marginalized. Hugh Cole's official army history, the Ardennes, Battle of the Bulge, published 1965, dedicates 12 pages to Noville, providing detailed tactical description of the engagement. But Cole's work is academic military history, read primarily by military professionals and serious students of the campaign, not general public. The circulation is perhaps 10,000 copies total, microscopic compared to popular histories that reach millions. More importantly, Cole's analysis is tactical rather than strategic. He describes what happened at Noville with precision, but provides limited assessment of strategic significance. That the reader learns that Task Force Harwick held Noville for 60 hours and suffered 42% casualties. The reader doesn't learn that those 60 hours were decisive for Bastogne's defense, that the casualty rate was acceptable given strategic outcomes, that Noville represents exemplary execution of defensive delay doctrine. The information exists, but lacks context that would elevate Noville from tactical footnote to strategic case study. 2015. German military archives release previously classified documents from Wehrmacht operational records, including detailed after-action reports from 2nd Panzer Division operations, December 1944. These documents provide German perspective on Noville engagement, revealing that German commanders assessed American resistance as unexpectedly effective and strategically problematic. One report notes, "The American position at Noville absorbed 36 hours of offensive operations, and inflicted casualties beyond acceptable operational parameters. Subsequent timeline delays prevented optimal positioning for Bastogne assault. Another document estimates German casualties at Noville as 930 total, significantly higher than previous estimates based on American intelligence. These documents support historiographic revision. Noville was more costly for Germans than contemporaneous records indicated, and German commanders understood Noville disrupted operational timeline in ways that endangered the entire offensive. But the document release receives minimal attention outside specialized military history circles. No popular books result from the revelations. No documentaries are produced updating the historical narrative. Noville remains obscure, even as evidence accumulates proving its strategic importance. The historiographic challenge is narrative selection bias. Popular history favors dramatic turning points over incremental developments. The public remembers Pearl Harbor, D-Day, the capture of Berlin, discrete events with clear significance. They forget the countless small battles that cumulatively determine those dramatic moments' outcomes. Noville suffers from this bias. It's not dramatic breakthrough or last stand heroism. It's professional military competence executed under terrible conditions to achieve limited objective. In the objective, delay, lacks the emotional resonance of victory or even heroic defeat. Saying, "We delayed German advance by 36 hours at cost of 42% casualties," sounds like failure despite being strategic success. The narrative doesn't fit templates that popular consciousness uses to process war stories. Americans want their soldiers to win decisively or lose heroically. Noville offers neither narrative. It offers competent tactical performance that achieved limited objective at high but acceptable cost. This truthful description reads like bureaucratic assessment rather than heroic narrative, and historical memory selects for heroic narratives at the expense of accurate but mundane tactical success stories. The comparison with other Battle of the Bulge engagements reveals the pattern. Bastogne receives massive historical attention. Dozens of books, multiple documentaries, prominent place in American consciousness. St. Vith, another crucial defensive position that delayed German advance, receives moderate attention. Several books, occasional documentary coverage. Elsenborn Ridge, where American forces stopped German northern thrust, receives minimal attention despite being arguably the most decisive defensive position of the entire battle. Noville receives almost no attention despite being strategically comparable to St. Vith and Elsenborn. The attention gradient correlates with narrative drama rather than strategic importance. Bastogne has all elements of compelling narrative: encirclement, charismatic commander, quotable defiance, dramatic relief. St. Vith has partial narrative drama, determined defense, its eventual capture, sacrifice that bought time. Elsenborn has minimal drama, effective defense, no encirclement, no dramatic climax. Noville has even less drama, effective delay, voluntary withdrawal, mission accomplished without cinematic triumph. The public remembers Bastogne and forgets Noville not because Bastogne was more important, though it was important, but because Bastogne fits narrative templates while Noville doesn't. The controversy among military historians centers on quantifying Noville's actual delay impact. Conservative estimates place the delay at 12 to 18 hours, arguing that German forces could have bypassed Noville more quickly if commanders had been willing to accept supply line vulnerability. Liberal estimates claim 48 hours, and arguing that containing Noville required substantial forces that otherwise could have assaulted Bastogne earlier. The consensus estimate of 36 hours represents middle ground, supported by timeline analysis and German operational documents. But even this consensus is debated, with some historians noting that multiple factors delayed German offensive, and isolating Noville's specific contribution is methodologically problematic. The debate is technical and focused on operational details that general audiences find inaccessible. This technical debate structure ensures Noville remains confined to specialist historical discourse, rather than entering popular consciousness. The public doesn't engage with debates about whether a delay was 36 hours versus 24 hours. They engage with narratives about heroism, sacrifice, awe, and triumph. Noville's story is trapped in technical debate that prevents narrative popularization. The moral dimension of Noville's historiographic obscurity concerns whether soldiers who die in forgotten battles are dishonored by historical amnesia. Some veterans advocates argue that forgetting Noville dishonors the 61 men killed and 152 wounded there, reducing their sacrifice to statistical footnote. This argument has emotional power but historical complexity. Soldiers don't fight for historical recognition. They fight because ordered to or from duty or to protect comrades. Historical memory is separate from military honor. A forgotten battle can be honorable, and remembered battles can dishonor participants through distorted representation. Noville's obscurity doesn't diminish what Task Force Harwick accomplished. It does mean their accomplishment is unknown to most Americans, including descendants who might find meaning in their ancestors' actions. The question is whether historical profession has responsibility to correct this ignorance, or whether selection pressures that produce historical amnesia are acceptable artifacts of how collective memory operates. 2024. Noville Memorial receives approximately 15,000 tourists annually, mostly Europeans visiting Bastogne area battlefields. American tourists represent less than 10% of visitors. The memorial is modest. Stone marker listing American and German casualties. Brief text describing the battle, maintained by Belgian Historical Society. Most tourists stop briefly, read the marker, take photographs, move on to Bastogne, 12 minutes away by car. The memorial's existence proves Noville hasn't been completely forgotten. Local Belgian community remembers and honors the Americans who fought there. But American memory has largely erased Noville from consciousness. The 101st Airborne Association's official regimental history mentions Noville in 3 paragraphs. The National World War II Museum in New Orleans has no specific Noville exhibit. The Army's official training materials on defensive operations don't cite Noville as exemplar despite its tactical excellence. Noville exists in historical record, but not historical consciousness, documented but not remembered, proven strategically important but culturally invisible. This status reflects how historical memory operates, selectively, favoring drama over significance, emphasizing narratives that fit cultural templates while forgetting narratives that don't, producing collective memory that's emotionally satisfying but historically incomplete. Noville matters. The numbers prove it. But mattering and being remembered are different things, and Noville demonstrates that strategic importance guarantees neither popular recognition nor cultural commemoration. History remembers what fits its narrative needs, and Noville, professionally competent, strategically crucial, dramatically unremarkable, doesn't fit the narratives America tells about its wars. December 27th, 1944. Bastogne, Belgium, 4:45 p.m. Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams' Tank Battalion, part of General Patton's Third Army, punches through the final German defensive line south of Bastogne and makes contact with the 101st Airborne's perimeter. The siege is broken. 11,000 men who have been surrounded for 6 days receive reinforcement, resupply, and the knowledge that they will not be overrun. The relief is not purely dramatic. German forces remain in strength around Bastogne. Fighting continues for weeks, but the strategic crisis has passed. Bastogne will hold. The German offensive will fail. American commanders immediately begin assessing what enabled this survival. Superior American artillery coordination, certainly. Adequate supplies delivered before encirclement completed, definitely. Determined resistance by defenders who refuse to panic under pressure, absolutely. But underlying all these factors is a foundation rarely acknowledged. The 36 to 48 hours that small defensive positions like Noville bought through tactical sacrifice. Hours that transform Bastogne from vulnerable crossroads into prepared fortress. When Patton's tanks arrive, they find defensive positions that are 90% complete rather than 50%. They find ammunition stocks that can sustain continued siege rather than reserves nearly exhausted. They find soldiers who are tired but organized rather than demoralized and breaking. The difference is time, and time was purchased at places like Noville, where 600 men spent themselves like currency, buying hours that saved thousands. The strategic cascade that flows from Noville's resistance illuminates warfare's complexity. Its German 2nd Panzer Division reaches Noville on December 18th, instead of driving directly on Bastogne, because intelligence suggests Noville is lightly held and can be quickly bypassed. This assessment proves wrong. The division commits forces to reducing Noville, succeeds tactically, but fails temporally, arriving at Bastogne's approaches on December 21st instead of December 19th. Those 48 hours allow Bastogne's defenders to dig, to position artillery, to establish coordination, to transform from hastily assembled garrison into effective defensive force. When German forces assault Bastogne beginning December the 22nd, they encounter prepared positions that absorb attacks and inflict casualties at rates that prevent breakthrough. German commanders, observing that frontal assaults produce unacceptable losses, shift to siege warfare attempting to starve Bastogne into submission. But siege requires time, and time allows Patton's Third Army to fight north from Luxembourg. On December 26th, lead elements of Third Army are within miles of Bastogne. On December 27th, they break through. The entire sequence, Noville's delay enabling Bastogne's preparation, enabling successful defense, enabling counterattack, demonstrates how tactical actions at small scale create strategic effects at large scale through temporal cascades where hours accumulate to days, and days determine campaign outcomes. The counterfactual analysis haunts military historians. What happens if Noville falls quickly on December 19th? If German forces reach Bastogne 48 hours earlier, they assault defensive positions that are perhaps 50% complete. Foxholes are still being dug. Artillery coordination is incomplete. Supply stockpiles are inadequate. Command infrastructure is immature. American defenders are present but unprepared, numerous but uncoordinated. The German assault on December 20th, hitting these incomplete defenses, achieves penetrations that prepared defenses would prevent. Penetrations become breakthroughs. German forces enter Bastogne in strength, fragment American defensive organization, create chaos that overwhelms command capability. Bastogne falls by December 22nd or 23rd. German forces secure the critical road junction, open supply routes to forward panzer divisions, maintain offensive momentum toward Meuse River. Third Army's counterattack, in arriving December 27th as historically occurred, finds German forces consolidated around Bastogne rather than struggling to capture it. The American counterattack still likely succeeds. German forces are overextended and undersupplied by late December, but costs are dramatically higher and timeline extends by weeks. The estimated casualty difference, historical Bastogne siege produced 1,800 American casualties over 7 days. Counterfactual Bastogne, capture and recapture, produces estimated 4,000 to 6,000 American casualties over 3 to 4 weeks. The differential, 2,000 to 4,000 saved American lives, is directly attributable to defensive preparations enabled by delays like Noville. The post-war European political landscape is subtly shaped by Bulge's outcome and timeline. The Ardennes offensive fails by early January 1945, allowing American and British forces to resume offensive operations into Germany by late January. Soviet forces launch winter offensive on January 12th, driving west toward Berlin. The race for Germany accelerates, with Western allies crossing Rhine in March and reaching Elbe River by mid-April. Germany surrenders May 8th. The war's end comes with Western Allied forces controlling substantial German territory, establishing occupation zones that become foundation for post-war divided Germany. The timeline is tight. Delaying Western Allied advance by 2 to 3 weeks could have resulted in Soviet forces occupying more German territory before war's end, potentially shifting post-war boundaries and political arrangements. The Ardennes offensive, if successful, would have delayed Western Allied advance by precisely those critical weeks. Its failure, hastened by tactical delays including Noville, preserves timeline that determines post-war European map. The butterfly effect connects frozen foxholes in Belgian villages to Iron Curtain boundaries, and Cold War geopolitics, demonstrating how tactical combat decisions ripple forward through decades, shaping future soldiers fighting those battles cannot imagine. The immediate legacy for survivors is integration into Bastogne's defense and subsequent operations. Task Force Harwick's 400 survivors are distributed across the 101st Airborne's defensive sectors, providing veteran cadre for units that have suffered casualties. Their combat experience, how to survive artillery bombardment, how to coordinate with supporting fires, how to maintain discipline under pressure, becomes teaching curriculum for less experienced soldiers. Sergeant Harry Welsh trains replacements in defensive tactics using lessons from Noville. Dig deeper than you think necessary. Clear fields of fire obsessively, position crew, served weapons with overlapping coverage, maintain communication with adjacent positions, know your artillery forward observer, personally, because your life depends on his competence. These lessons, purchased at Noville's cost, prevent casualties at Bastogne and subsequent battles. The survivors serve through war's end, participating in the advance into Germany, occupying Berchtesgaden, witnessing surrender. Their service record shows Noville as one engagement among many, unremarkable in official documentation, unforgettable in personal memory. They receive standard decorations, Bronze Stars for valor, Purple Hearts for wounds, campaign ribbons for participation. None receive Medal of Honor because Noville lacked the individual heroic actions that qualify for nation's highest decoration. Their heroism was collective and professional, exactly the type that military award structure struggles to recognize. The doctrine development that flows from Noville's tactical lessons influences American defensive operations for decades. Staff officers studying the engagement note specific factors that contributed to tactical success. Aggressive use of artillery to disrupt enemy assembly areas, forward positioning of anti-tank weapons to maximize engagement ranges, layered defensive networks allowing withdrawal without collapse, maintaining communication throughout engagement. These lessons are codified in field manuals, taught at Army staff colleges, incorporated into training exercises. The Korean War, beginning 1950, sees application of Noville-derived doctrine in defensive battles like Cheopyeong-ni, where American forces successfully defend against Chinese encirclement using layered defenses and aggressive artillery employment. Vietnam War defensive positions, fire support bases surrounded by hostile territory, reflect Noville lessons about sustaining isolated positions through artillery coordination and air support. Post-Vietnam doctrine emphasizing maneuver warfare de-emphasizes static defense, but Noville's lessons remain relevant for situations where defensive operations are necessary. The Gulf War, Afghanistan, Iraq conflicts all feature defensive positions, where Noville validated principles, prepare in depth, coordinate supporting fires, maintain morale through professional competence, determine success or failure. The tactical DNA from December 1944 replicates through subsequent conflicts, shaping how American forces approach defensive operations across 7 decades of warfare. The moral accounting that Noville demands concerns whether spending lives for time is ethically justified. Military ethics accepts that commanders must sometimes order soldiers into situations where casualties are likely or certain, provided the military objective justifies the cost. Noville clearly had valid military objective: delay German advance to enable Bastogne's defense. If the objective was achieved, 36-hour delay at cost of 252 casualties. The casualty rate, 42%, is severe but within historical parameters for successful defensive operations. The exchange ratio, saving 2,000 lives by spending 252, is favorable by utilitarian calculus. But utilitarian calculus doesn't address whether individuals can be morally spent for collective benefit, whether commanders have right to order foreseeable sacrifice for strategic purpose, whether soldiers' deaths are justified by outcomes they didn't live to see. These questions lack neat answers. They require balancing competing moral frameworks, deontological ethics that questions using people as means to ends, consequentialist ethics that evaluates actions by outcomes. There is virtue ethics that examines character and intention. Noville forces confrontation with warfare's fundamental moral problem. Sometimes achieving necessary objectives requires accepting that some people will die, and the people making that decision are not the people dying. The decision can be strategically sound and morally uncomfortable simultaneously. The remembrance question concerns whether soldiers who die in strategically important but culturally forgotten battles receive appropriate honor. The 61 men killed at Noville are buried in American military cemeteries in Belgium and Luxembourg, their graves marked with white crosses arranged in precise rows, tended by groundskeepers who maintain immaculate conditions. Families visit when possible. Yet, though many families cannot afford transatlantic travel in the 1940s and 50s, the graves receive visitors but less frequently than more famous battle sites. The names appear on casualty lists and memorial walls, but without context explaining what they died accomplishing. Most Americans who see these names, if they see them, know only that the soldiers died in World War II, not that they died buying time at Noville that saved Bastogne, that prevented German breakthrough, that hastened war's end. The information exists in historical records, but not popular consciousness. Is this sufficient honor? Does the fact that their sacrifice mattered strategically compensate for cultural forgetting? These questions divide people along philosophical lines about memory's purpose. Some argue that honor requires remembrance, that forgetting dishonors sacrifice regardless of strategic success. Others argue that honor inheres in the act rather than its remembrance, that soldiers fought for duty and comrades not for historical fame, that cultural memory is separate from moral worth. Both positions have merit. Neither fully resolves the discomfort of knowing that strategically crucial actions are culturally forgotten. 2026, 82 years after Noville. Approximately 3 to 5 veterans from the original 600 task force members remain alive, all in their late 90s or early hundreds, representing the final living connection to the engagement. Within 5 years, all will be deceased, and Noville will transition from living memory to pure history. Yet this transition happens inevitably to all historical events, but carries particular poignancy for forgotten battles. Bastogne will remain in cultural consciousness through sustained media attention, historical infrastructure, commemorative events. Noville will fade further, remembered primarily by historians specializing in the Bulge and descendants of participants who maintain family memory. The question for future generations is whether Noville's obscurity matters. Does strategic importance create obligation for remembrance? Or is cultural memory allowed to select based on narrative appeal rather than historical significance? If we accept that memory selects for drama over importance, we accept that strategically crucial engagements like Noville will be forgotten, while less important but more dramatic engagements persist in consciousness. This seems unjust, but may be inevitable. Human memory has limits, cultural attention is finite, and not everything can be remembered equally. Noville's fate demonstrates these limits. The final assessment must acknowledge what 600 men at Noville actually accomplished. They held ground they were ordered to hold for the time they were ordered to hold it, suffering casualties that were severe but not catastrophic, achieving delay that was strategically significant but not individually dramatic. They were professional soldiers executing professional mission, and they did it well. This description sounds mundane because it is mundane. Most warfare is mundane, following orders, all enduring hardship, dying or surviving based on combination of skill, luck, and decision-making by people you never meet. Noville was not uniquely heroic or exceptionally dramatic. It was combat performed competently under terrible conditions, exactly what professional militaries train soldiers to do. The strategic importance came not from exceptional heroism, but from tactical competence multiplied across 60 hours. This is the legacy that history struggles to commemorate, not the glory of desperate last stands or brilliant tactical victories, but the grinding professional competence that characterizes most military operations and determines most strategic outcomes. Noville matters because competent tactical execution matters, because hours matter. Because the small battles that don't make headlines create conditions for the famous battles that do. The 600 men at Noville held their frozen village so 11,000 men at Bastogne could hold their surrounded town so millions of Americans could advance into Germany and end the European war 5 months later. The causal chain is clear. The cultural memory is absent. This is warfare's paradox. The most important actions are often the most forgotten, and being forgotten doesn't make them less important. It just makes the sacrifice harder to bear for those who remember, and harder to explain to generations who never knew that a village called Noville once mattered more than anyone, except those who fought there, ever realized. They held the line. That's what soldiers do. That's what these 600 did. And because they held when holding mattered, thousands lived who otherwise would have died. The numbers don't lie. The statistics vindicate. And somewhere in frozen Belgian ground, 61 crosses mark the cost of hours that saved thousands, remembered imperfectly, honored inadequately, mattering permanently.